Hello and welcome. Welcome to the conference in Digital Age Brings Digital Challenges. Digital challenges today for society includes security, technology, and security. So we need to understand how to deal with them. New challenges facing by European Commission in multi-annual framework program Horizon Europe identifies as secure societies are based on technologies. So today, at Wisdom University of Applied Science Scientific Conference, we want to discuss and engage or participate and to collaborate with us to see how the future gonna be. So as today, new challenge of pandemics requires that we need to stay at our premises to have a discussion. So unfortunately, there are no handshakes. However, we want to try to engage as much as possible, all of you from abroad and from our country. So what we aiming currently is to have as much as possible questions and answers and introduction and involvement from you guys. So first of all, I want to say that we trying to outreach you guys and find out from you in our YouTube channel questions and answers and in Slido to come up with the questions. So I would ask you guys to go to the Slido. Go to the Slido. And on hashtag STS2021 and put your current question. The question is, where are you coming from? Just to understand where is or why the scope of attendees. First of all, I want to give a room for Gatis Strumiņš for his welcome speech, a rector of Wisdom University of Applied Science, an opening of this conference. Gatis, floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, partners, guests, and friends, I'm really happy and proud to open this international scientific conference, Technology, Society, and Security. This is year of 25th anniversary of our university. This is already a quarter of a century, and we changed a lot. We are doing excellent science, and science is evaluated that good. We are doing a lot of different study programs. 8 of our study programs are in English, it's half of our study programs, a lot of programs in master, 2 doctoral study programs. So we are internationally oriented organization, and how we can name us now in our strategic positioning. We are research-based micro university of applied science. We changed a lot, how I mentioned, but we didn't change our spirit. And because of our spirit, we can do our things. So our spirit is oriented to innovation. And it's like if we can just describe with the words of 21st century, it's like a startup thinking in higher education and science. Okay, if you have some startups, you're doing mistakes, but we are ready for mistakes, yeah, because you're going in new areas, yeah. It's risky, more risky, of course, and you step out of our comfort zones of yours. But it's our approach, yeah, and we believe that we will be successful in the future. And yeah, what I can say about technologies, very interesting thing. If a year ago it was our choice, we use technologies or not, so no, it's not more our choice. I'm not very happy with so bright using of different technologies, but it's not more my choice because I should decide if I'm going to lectures with students, I cannot reach students without technologies. And the same with science, with this conference, yeah, is already example, yeah, we are in digital environment. So it's discussed, and because of this, we're speaking not only about technology, but about society, how we feel ourselves in this situation. It's totally new situation, yeah. Some of us call this like a new normal, yeah, but how it mixed with old normal, new world, how comfortable we are. So this is, I think, a lot of topics in this conference will be about that. And of course, aspect of security. So data. is currency of 21st century. Because of that, we're speaking about cybersecurity. Because of that, yesterday was this cyber night. Yeah, we participated already. So I'm really happy that we chose so important topics, important for our society. And what I can wish to all of you, to enjoy this conference, yeah, to be open in questions, in discussions, and really enjoy our academic freedom to speak and discuss about different issues, about different problems, because academic freedom is what is very important value of European research area. So we use our academic freedom in all levels. So we're doing our science in regional level, in national, and of course in international level. We have a lot of different projects in Horizon, for example, Stargate, this concept of European university, where we have idea now, and we will present to European Commission idea of new joint doctoral study program, where we'll participate 6 countries. Of course, partly this is revolution in an academic environment in Europe, but we must be more flexible if we compare our countries with other regions, other regions of the world. I have seen myself how fast are developed countries in Asia, Africa, so different other regions. They are not dreaming, they're working very hard and they have their own ambitions. So our responsibility to do science and academic work, it's not only question about us, about our institutions, about our countries, but it's question about Europe and global world. So I wish enjoy conference. And of course, very big thanks to all organizers, to all participants, and especially, of course, Oskar Sjava is our research manager of our university. He did excellent work, and just follow all topics, discuss and enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gatis. So we just put the poll on from a Slido, and as you see currently, most of the people coming from Valmiera. So we need to promote and then outreach much further, but this gives us a chance for inviting next speaker, Richard Gailums from Valmiera Municipality. So Richard, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Good morning, dear eminent speakers and guests. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the conference Society, Technology, Security 2021. And it's even more my pleasure to welcome you to a conference of this topic being organized by Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences located in the city of Valmiera, Latvia. Safe technology and safe society, safety, they are realms that are being particularly challenged now and in recent years. We are facing transformations in the forms of threat and risks and are complex and interlinked. No matter our location, each as of dealing with fighting the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences in the fields of economy and social system. We are facing technological risks and need to have our data protected and be cyber attacks prepared. We are facing also ecological challenge and need to be prepared of the consequences of climate change, biodiversity, loss and other natural or human-made environmental disasters. In addition, as a consequence and also as a further provocations, we face the challenges in the field of communication and governance. Nevertheless, highlighting the situation, scientific research, cooperation and collaboration among scientists, decision makers, and all the stakeholders in the basis, hope and the only way how to face and solve these challenges. Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences is having an essential role in preparing the necessary specialists in the fields of communication and media, IT and web solutions, mechatronics, tourism, and business administration. Valmiera city being the safest city in the Latvia and proud to be the hometown for this scientific and educational institution. Nevertheless, none of us is an isolated island. Valmiera is facing the same challenges and working to be best prepared as well. Therefore, I am thankful with the University of Applied Sciences for taking the initiative, a leading role in organizing a scientific conference of this essential topic. I wish you a successful conference and discussions bringing new ideas, revelations, and solutions to the many yet unsolved issues. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Richard. It's inspiring and welcoming from Valmiera City. So next one, we're going for a drill into the technologies and discussion. We are very honored to have a keynote speech from President of Latvian Mobile Telephone. So it will be about society for Industry 4.0 and a lot of visions for future. But before you start, may I ask just for those followers, just to have a look on a Slido. There's a new question and answers coming in, which is in line with Industry 4.0 and vision. So please, Jurgen, floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to have a keynote speech on the conference, which is targeted to very important aspects of current situation, of current development of the science, industry, and society. And I will now put on the presentation. About key topics and key challenges in this age. And the digitalization and cybersecurity, these are two issues which are tied together very much, and it's causing a lot of opportunities and challenges. So for a history of the humans, there are already were in place three industrial revolutions. The first one was the water and steam power was used to create mechanical production facilities. It was 18th century. The mills and spills were powered by the steam and water. Electricity led to create division of the labor force and to create mass production, and the most famous invention of the industry 2.0 was a conveyor line, which for first time was used for car production by Henry Ford. The industry 3.0 was able in middle of the 20th century, when the microprocessors and miniaturization of electronic devices became available, and on the basis of this tools and equipments, the IT systems were used to automate production lines. And nowadays we are in the stage of industry 4.0, where the main principle is that everything is connected to everything, and Internet of Things, or IoT, and cloud technologies, high-speed telecommunications systems, and other tools allows to automate very complex tasks for production and for the organization of different processes. The main core pillars for Industry 4.0 are four, but of course we can find some others as well. First of all, it's advanced automatization, where the artificial intelligence and smart components, sophisticated programs and algorithms allows to work together and organize and control the highly efficient workflow. The development of communication networks, both fixed and mobile, allows to connect together different elements and different sensors, different tools in the different even regions of the world, not only in the one factory or the group of factories. And it's, of course, enables very efficient scheduling and coordination, starting from production and connecting and finally with the sales and after-sales support. The production plants are generating vast quantities of data, huge quantities of data. And from one side, it gives a lot of information about the status and dynamics of different processes. On the other hand, it's absolutely necessary to have the appropriate tools, appropriate algorithms, appropriate mathematical models and applications in order to get out the maximum efficiency from this massive data and not to predict the future, not based only on the past, but also the modeling the future processes almost in the real-time environment. And the cybersecurity, of course, all these three pillars are based on electronics, are based on IT industry, and the greater level of connectivity definitely is causing the bigger risks of cyber attacks. Cybersecurity, in fact, is a core issue for all the elements of Industry 4.0. From one side, we must have to ensure the access to every process, every place. On the other hand, we have to defend the systems from the unauthorized access from the outside. Considering that all these systems are connected together, the vulnerability is significantly higher. If during the first or the second industrial revolution, the putting stick into the wheel or into the conveyor line could stop just one element of the production, the attacking of the sophisticated IT systems can stop a lot of different systems in different parts of the world. So therefore, it's much more dangerous than it was 100 years ago. The Industry's 4.0 opportunities they are split quite equally. Basically, the cost savings through new efficiencies, through service innovation, they are making approximately half of the opportunities and benefits. The new payment models are also giving the availability to speed up the cash flow over the world, and we know that cash flow is blood for the industry, for the economics, and therefore we can work also with the payment models in the almost in the real-time environment. Product innovation is very closely tied together with the customer's experience, and these opportunities are evaluated by experts approximately equally on the level of 15%. But altogether, it's opening absolutely undiscovered horizons which were not available before. There is also the big shift of the production and information collection and usage paradigm. And already today, in fact, all the equipment, electronic equipment, is embedded with a lot of different sensors and devices, starting from the vacuum cleaners and refrigerators, and finally all the production lines and even space flight rockets and labs and satellites. All these sensors can be used, and they are used for the supporting the functions of Industry 4.0 elements. And there I mentioned some of them, like robots, Internet of Things, simulation of different processes, which is closely connected with big data. System integration is using the cloud computing for the processing huge volumes of big data. The 3D printing industry allows to receive drawings and projects and to print the products in different parts of the world, not depending where this product is developed. And virtual and augmented reality allows the simulation of processes also on a remote. And on top of that, of course, cybersecurity, which is a key issue, which provides and make these systems and subsystems secure and safe. Especially this approach is important for the critical infrastructure, where different functions are critical functions for the functionality of the countries and for the society are in place. First of all, these are the energy and communication supplying, health, banking, food production, transportation systems, defense and security, and public safety, and also the governmental institutions which are organizing the life of the country and ensuring most of these functions. So the total number of device connections is increasing dramatically, and if the compound annual growth rate until year 2019 was in average 10%. Nowadays, and forecasted for the next 5 years, it's up by 3 percentage points, up to 13%. And it's interesting that non-IoT share is decreasing. If year 2019 it was approximately equal, already this year the IoT share is taking over, and the forecast for year 2025 is just 5 years ahead. It's changed, and only 1/3 or correctly, 1/4 of all the equipment, all the devices which are operating in the IT and telco environment is non-IoT devices, and 3/4 are IoT sensors and other devices. The shift of paradigm is also touching the infrastructure issues, and now we are talking about 5G as a basic tool which will ensure the massive communication for both voice, data, IoT, and different other communications and information transmission. So, in fact, this process already started with 4G or LTE, long-term evolution technology, which even now provides quite high speeds up to 300 megabits per second, and latency approximately 15 to 20 milliseconds, which is good, but not enough to support the processes which have to be carried out in the real-time frame. The 5G core is built up in with a different architecture, and it's using more flat and edge computing cloud principles, and this allows to increase the transmission speed up to 1 gigabit per second and the latency down to 1 millisecond. And 1 millisecond is almost the best necessary level in order to achieve the operations in the real time. There are several layers how the telco has transformed to IT. If the circuit switching principles were used during the 20th century, in fact, the 21st century is IT, which is based on the cloud computing, on different IP or internet protocol solutions and so on. And the development of this on different layers is architecture is the basics what we are using for the communication, and it will be in the future on 5G core network. And then there are different systems on the top of that, which will include programmable network operational systems and augmented cognition systems and digital value platform. But of course, on the top of that is the dynamic data security with the new trust framework and ecosystem sharing and message monitoring in order to ensure the cybersecurity of all this system. Industry 4.0 is definitely bringing us to the principally new business models, and there is a significant shift from the material production to service production. And first of all, product is more converted to services, and business models are more shifted from the product-based transaction to customer service-based engagement. And it's more like sharing economy and subscription to consumption. So these models we are called in economics as pay-as-you-go models, and the most popular on the consumer side is car sharing or scooter sharing or bicycle sharing. Well, it means that you don't need the car, you don't need the bicycle, you just by using some application, you are paying for using this car or scooter or bicycle. It is possible by opening the digital platforms, because during the third revolution and during the 20th century, in most cases, the systems which are controlling the different production processes were closed. They were closed within the frame of the one company or with the one production line. Now the new business model is shifting to the open digital platform, which allows to involve in the production and organizing the processes and interoperability much more players, and it's done by developing the customized applications. And the same system can be used by different users only by using different user applications. The business model also significantly changed from the vertical, from strictly hierarchical models to flat horizontal models, where when the solutions for different industries are spread across, and one of the elements which is providing this horizontal cooperation are the IT systems and the telco systems, ensuring the exchange information. And the flat systems, which are open, allows to be very flexible, and if necessary, to replace some existing processes or players or partners or customers with others on a very, very fast way. Looking to the evolution of the cyber threats which could damage previous systems and systems which are operating in Industry 4.0, they are in principle different. For the programming controllers, which was the basis for the production lines in Industry 3.0, the PLC systems ensured the network control, and there was relatively limited availability for cyber threats. And basically, it was DOS and PLC and vendor software, which could have some problems, or PLC failure due to malformed packets. And there was also information which could influence the decision making and operations of microprocessor controllers. But it was limited mainly in the area of one production line or one company. The Industry 4.0 is much wider. It's industrial internet as a basis, and it's based on ad hoc connection, not separately developed program support. This system arranges the data collection and monitoring through the whole product life cycle, and all the market-driven planning and asset usage and supply chain and everything was or now is in this system. And from the cybersecurity or cyber threats position, it's much more possibility to influence this system, not only by the cracking the system, but by using some malicious market campaigns, for instance, to make input from the consumer or supply chain and order the things that nobody needs. It can influence logistics, and finally the stock exchange results, which is making some threat for the company's image and finance. Also, product botnets is a dangerous issue. And on the product usage side, it can be the privacy breach for the customers. Looking at the different security-related trends, we see that the number of potential cyber threats and usage of common network components and sensitive data exchange are definitely increasing the potential risk to be attacked by the cyber hackers. At the same time, the process isolation is decreasing, the accessibility of the systems is increasing, and so this is quite interesting game to be solved. And as we see on this graph, the trend of vulnerabilities are very much is increasing, starting from 2017, when we remember the growth of Internet of Things, the share started to increase, is significantly increasing, and in fact, IoT can be also explained as the Internet of Threats, with all the necessary measures to ensure that security will not be fulfilled. In fact, the cyber attacks started already in the 80s of 20th century, when the microprocessors and IT solutions were used for the production and process controlling. And in the year 2000, in Australia, there was a sewage spill caused by the cyber attack, and 1 million liters of sewage went into river. 2003, in the David Bessie power station, they said the security monitoring system for 5 hours in the nuclear power station was a very dangerous thing. Poland, 2008, when the hackers interfered the public tram system, and 4 trams derailed by manipulating signaling system. 2 other incidents were planned by targeted attacking the Iran nuclear program, and they were attacked nuclear plants, which stopped and attacked nuclear plants for production of the fuel for the nuclear weapons, and then some other issues. So in the past, there were mainly general attacks, which were less complex, less sophisticated, mainly attacked on the password cracking and guessing, phishing, and DNS attacks. In the 21st century, the attacks became more directed and more complex, more sophisticated, and it included advanced scanning and denial of services, packet spoofing, and others. And as we can predict, there will be more strategic attacks, very complex, very well organized, highly sophisticated, with the using the both malicious codes, morphing, and so on. So this is a game of cat and mouse. The industry is trying to make the systems more secure. Hackers are trying to attack. There are different levels how to do it. These cyber attacks are not only on the IT systems, but year 2017, there was identified also the elements of the electronic war on the Latvian border, of the western border, when for time being in some frequency ranges, there were significant disturbances on the mobile network base stations. And there is a positive and negative side from the negative side, of course, such as electronic attacks on the network are disturbing the networks and creating the problem for operators and customers. At the same time, the mobile network system can be used to detect the cyber attacks and to inform the appropriate state defense and security institutions about the potential danger. This attack was also mentioned by international news agencies, Reuters, and with assumptions that Russia may have tested cyber warfare on Latvia. There was some correlation between these disturbances in the network. At the same time, the Russian army was preparing for the war games up at 2017 near the town of Borisov in Belarus. So this is the more general information. Motivation behind these cyber intrusions are different. It can be political, making sabotage and making political statements or hacktivism, and we all remember how the hackers were influencing the president elections in the United States of America, and we cannot exclude that similar approach and attacks will happen in the future. But of course, both sides are becoming more and more sophisticated and learning from the problems and trying to close the gaps which and gateways which allows to make such influence. The economical issue is also important, and it can be a theft of intellectual property or valuable assets, which now more are intangible than machines or equipment. Fraud using the information and other assets, industrial espionage, sabotage, blackmailing, spoiling the reputation of the companies, and influencing the stock exchange rates and so on. And the social one, the desire of publicity and offering some gratifications that you received 1 million win in some poll and so on. Sometimes it's simply curiosity, trying to get some more information from about some person, or just for fun. It's some hobby of doing. There are several levels of cyber attackers, and in each system there are two big groups. There are outsiders and insiders. And the outsiders are more organized. They have clear goals, clear targets, and there are highly organized attackers, which are terrorists or hacktivists, or sometimes these are cyber war elements realized by the national states, intelligence services. And there are also criminal actors who are trying to get some benefit of attacks. Hackers can be black hats and white hats. Black hats are working with the first group, basically. White hats can also work with, for instance, with national states, but their goal is to find the weak places in the systems, in the programs, in the algorithms, and so on. And they are, in fact, doing the positive work. And then there are amateurs for whom it's just interesting to do something. And there are some examples where schoolboy hacked some very important United States Pentagon system just for fun. And but the most dangerous is are the insiders attack, which are made by the employees, and they can be disgruntled employees, they can be thieves, but most common are unintentional mistakes, and so human factor is playing very serious role in this game. In all the big companies, and not only the big companies, but the greatest threat is cybercrime. And they are split so far in, again, in quite equal. There are distributed denial of service or the DOS attacks. Employees errors or negligence is quite high, at 22%. And intellectual property theft is from the field of the economic crimes. There are 19% created by the third-party vulnerabilities, and social engineering attacks is 14%. And there are, of course, different ways how to mitigate these security risks, and the most popular and what the manufacturers are doing is the data encryption with 68%, but still 32% are not paying enough attention how to encrypt the data which are operated in the company's IT system. Industrial controls and system security very close, 62%, and managed security services. Security analytics carried out by the security service, and continuous threat monitoring is 61%. In fact, if we are putting all these activities together, it can significantly improve and reduce the security risks. But as we can see, 1/3 of all the companies, in fact, not paying attention to these issues at all. And the cyber threat landscape is quite wide. In fact, part of them I already mentioned, and there are different ways and different gates how the hackers can attack the different systems. So in fact, it's possible to have a full lecture about these issues as well, only about these issues. There are also changes in main aims and targets over the time. And in the current scenario, the main cyber attack targets are email accounts. 90% of all of them are the targets of the cyber attacks. E-commerce websites, social media accounts, company websites, it's the most popular. In the future, with the development of the critical infrastructure and different other tools and services, the connected vehicles, critical infrastructures, smart homes and buildings, public cloud environments will be more attacked by hackers. The main trends in 2020 and beyond is to ensure data privacy, first of all. And the data privacy is ensured mainly by two acts. It's GDPR, European Union, and California Consumer Privacy Act in the United States. And these two documents and compliance with these requirements will be at the top of everyone's agenda during forthcoming years. The IoT security is a very big issue, and all the companies and all the users have to pay great attention to the security of IoT, because the number of the IoT devices is increasing significantly, and therefore the landscape for the cyber attacks is also open much wider than it was before. Endpoint and cloud and edge security is on a very technological level, and all things what we can be done is done by developers of the hardware and software and system architectures. But the shift from the traditional circuit switch telcos to IP-based technologies are opening some battlefield also here. And brand reputation is very, very closely tied with the cyber resilience. Even if the attacks happens, and they will happen, it's very important to recover after, not only to be protected against cyber attacks, but also to ensure the preservation of systems which allows to recover after the cyber attacks. So, and the securing of internet is a crucial. Internet of Things is a critical for the fourth industrial revolution. And finally, for the most typical conclusion for Industry 4.0 is that the cybercrime is the greatest threat for every company nowadays. And like in all other business, it can take 20 years to build a reputation and just a minute to ruin it, especially in the era and environment of cyber life. Thank you very much. If there are some questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Juris. My question would be, what's your vision when Industry 4.0 will come to Valmiera? Because Valmiera is a very strong industrial powerhouse of Latvia.
I would say that Industry 4.0 already came to Valmiera. And the fact that we have this international conference where are involved people from different countries, and theoretically it can be involved people all around the world, and we know the conferences like that. So from the communications and the IT industry's point of view, Latvia is on a very good position because of huge investments in networks, in technological environment. One of the problems, which is in fact all around the world, are the applications and use cases, how to use these excellent advantages which are provided by telco operators to all industries, so the society can be used in a more effective way. And this is, again, this is a longer story. I can spend a lecture on this issue as well. And the digital intelligence, digital education is a very important part. How to prepare the people be ready. In fact, we can call it digital literacy, mandatory for everybody.
So thank you. I think it's inspiring for us. And as I see from a Slido, there was a barometer poll going on, like how people feeling today. And I think that people kind of getting in line was a conference and then trying to get, let's say, positive mood on a Valmiera exercise, etc. So, was big thanks for a Keynote speech. We will have some small break in coming minutes. And I'm still want to promote that it's very invaluable for us, both for you guys to join with Slido polls and the questions and answers, as well as to put your questions and answers for our next upcoming session. Just to remind you, in following seconds, we will have a session starting after 10 minutes on focusing on public sector's communication in turbulent times. And this will be hosted by distinguished communication expert of Olga Kazaka. So stay tuned and come back in 10 minutes. Welcome back to our conference. So the first panel session will start in a second. So I'm very delighted to welcome you back and to forward my hosting to the host of this panel, to Olga Kazaka. She's partnered at AW Olsen and Partners. So she's a communication expert. And I think this panel will be much more inspired by distinguished speakers in it. So Olga, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kasper. Hello, my name is Olga Kazaka, and I have an honor to moderate this panel focusing on public sector's communication in turbulent times, from the recent experience and drafting the future steps. Really many interviews, many discussions at the present moment are about the public sector communication, about the challenges that we face, and I'm really excited that we will have several surveys about this topic from very different points of view, and so we will see what are the challenges, and I hope that we'll have also some good ideas on what to do, how to improve the situation. So please remember to ask your questions to our speakers from at Slido platform. We will go to them at the second part of this panel. So now I'm asking the first speaker. Please welcome Dr. Gatis Krūmiņš, Associate Professor and leading researcher at Vidzemes University of Applied Science. And the topic is about the strategic communication. Very actual and important topic, I would say. The country's long-term strategy and its strategic communication in challenging conditions. Krūmiņa kungs, Mr. Krūmiņš, you have 5 minutes to tell us the main and the most interesting conclusions of your survey. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Dear colleagues and friends, and it's still a morning, I believe. We can interpret this like a late morning in Latvia, but in other countries it could be different. Yes, I will start about a long-term strategy and connection of long-term strategy with strategic communications, and especially in changing conditions, because we know that in the last year a lot of things changed, not only in our country, but globally. And I will start with my interpretation, how I understand what is strategic communications, because there are very different interpretations, and interpretations are coming from different sectors. And maybe if we look to histories at first, maybe this industry, if we can call that, or sector that started to speak about strategic communications, from my point of view, is military sector. And of course, other interpretations, what is strategic communications, are coming from private sector, different big or small companies. And of course, in the last decade, especially in our country, but it was earlier in other countries, we are already speaking about strategic communications in terms of public sector, yeah, and then policy makers. And of course, this is a very complex environment and very complex ecosystem. And this is just one example, yeah, how we can explain this strategic communications ecosystem. And if we look here, this is interpretation from this publishing paper from NATO Stratcom Riga, and but we discussed with our colleague that this is really very simple interpretation. There are a lot of different other directions and so. But so how I understand strategic communications, first, of course, we speak about actions. It's not only information of society, yeah. And of course, second thing is we speak about long distance, yeah. Connection with achieving long-term goals. So it's not only one or two some campaigns, yeah, but we speak about long distance, 5-10 years and more. And of course we speak about society. So society is our target audience, and of course different specific target groups. I believe my interpretation, what is strategic communication? Strategic communication is part of a long-term strategy. And this is, I already repeat, this is an action, but not just kind of information. Do we have a clear long-term strategy in Latvia? So I'm going to my topic now. Yes, of course, we have, I can say, pretty good strategic plans. We have Latvia 2030, it's a long-term strategy, and we have our national development plan for this period of next 6-7 years, started already in this year. And yes, we have some plans, but if I ask a question for myself and for you, do we use our strategic documents for strategic communication? My answer is unfortunately no. Because we're always looking for another ways, yeah, how to explain our strategies, yeah, and in strategic communication, I can give just this last example. It's example 2 weeks old example when our Premier Minister presented our strategy, how will we overcome this COVID crisis, and he said that we will go to this value being through smart reindustrialization. Okay, we can speak about that. We can speak about some term like this smart industrialization, but to be honest with you, this is only like a third level document. So we unfortunately ignored this Latvia 2030. We somehow we ignored this strategy, Latvia strategy to this national development plan, and this is only industrial policy, and no one in society understands what it is. Yeah, and unfortunately, yeah, we use only very in some few moments this our long-term strategy. And the last slide from me is that what is thinking society for this importance of long-term strategy. Of course, society is pretty smart. This is our population survey. We did it about half year ago. And we see that this in importance of long-term strategy in fields or topics. So society said economy is number one, demography, education, yeah. But here we see one very interesting thing, that what we are doing in environmental space, yeah, how we discuss some things, yeah, how much critics is to something. We see that less than half of population say that higher education is a really important field or topic for long-term development of our country. And I believe it's because what we say, what politicians say about higher education in what they said in last years, that's it's a number of institutions, yeah, that this is governmental model, so that it's how we can compete with other countries. So it's really important what we say ourselves, yeah. So to return to my topic, yeah, so I say that we must more include in strategic communication or long-term strategic documents, yeah. And this is how we can help to our society, yeah, to understand what we are doing in our country in long term. Yeah, for example, in this national development plan, there were some, for example, directions of fundamental changes. In the same time, were some strategic goals. Yeah, of course, it's very, very, very complicated to communicate this for society, but our politicians, our government must use terms from our long and middle term documents in their strategic communication, and include it in this narrative system and everything what we're preparing in our country. So this is for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will have some questions that are related to, I think, with your survey in our discussion sector. So we'll speak about it later, and I invite our listeners to use possibility to send us questions at Slido platform. So now I'm inviting to the floor Ieva Bērziņa, Associate Professor of Vidzema University of Applied Science, Senior Researcher of Center of Security and Strategic Research, National Defense Academy of Latvia. And the topic is also very challenging, very topical, current challenges and national defense. So government crisis communication model in comprehensive national defense system, the case of Latvia. Please. We don't hear you. Did you switch your microphone?
Okay. Well,
great.
Okay.
Now we hear you.
Okay, good morning, dear colleagues. It is really my pleasure and honor to participate in the conference, and I believe you see my presentation in a full screen as it should be. Fantastic. Yeah, so the ideas I present here is the result of cooperation with my colleagues Jānis Buchholz and Agnese Davidsone. And the empirical base of what we will present here is a result of our participation in state research program Life with COVID, which was part of it. And we really indeed addressed the issues of government communication in the context of the pandemic. Albeit I must say that we focused on the first wave of pandemic, which was pretty successful in comparison to what we experience now. And also, I must say that this project was very short. So what we did was rather a sprint. And what we present here is some sort of after party of what we did, because we overthought the project is ended now, but we still think of the ways how we could improve this process. So some feedback from colleagues will be very, very much appreciated. Yeah, but I think I have some. Okay, so briefly, I will explain the research design. So as I mentioned, the research problem is government communication during the pandemic. And the research question we are addressing is how we can improve government crisis communication process. But for this work, we took an angle of comprehensive national defense, because to a large extent, COVID-19 pandemic was a stress test for comprehensive national defense system, which Latvia began to implement in 2018 and still is in the beginning of this. So this, we believe this might really contribute. As a theoretical base, we attempted to integrate such disciplines as strategic communication, government communication, and crisis and risk communication. And our research method was semi-structured interviews with people being involved in government crisis communication from the public sector, from media, and from NGOs. And first of all, so what we find out, what the insights of the interviewed respondents indicated us several problematic aspects. First of all, we identified that there is a really lack of clear and predefined interinstitutional crisis communication management structure. And what we saw was that largely government sector reacted to the events, and we cannot speak about like really sound preparation. Secondly, what we saw was that communication in practice was not executed as a management function, but primarily had a support function. An important problem for government communication, of course, is the political context, which really makes it difficult to make effective decision-making process. And this is, I think, what we experience in this phase of pandemic very, very, very strongly. Also, what we saw that there is no clear procedures on how to involve civil society in crisis management, which is one of the preconditions and fundamental elements of comprehensive national defense. In terms of media relations, we might say that both public sector and media overall evaluated the first phase of a pandemic rather positively, but what we see that media relations is very, very important in all this aspect. Also, what we identified that there is an insufficient analysis of target audiences, and also the lack of timely planning and development of human and financial resources, and also crisis communication platforms. So bringing it all together, we have started in our team to think of how this process might be improved and made more effective by taking into considerations two aspects of comprehensive national defense, which are whole of government approach and whole of society approach. And so so far we have defined 5 elements or 5 layers, which all together should build societal resilience. And in the center of it, we place Crisis Communication Office, which, because what we saw was that there was not institutionalized and structured crisis communication management. What we saw a coordination, but actually no single place which takes a responsibility for decisions and management, but we think it's pretty important. So we think that there should be a crisis communication office with a cross-sectoral perspective, which accumulates the knowledge and takes a responsibility in a crisis situation. The second layer is shaping political context, because in our view, education and training of political, public and private elites is of crucial importance. And this helps to build this whole of government approach in practice, where people learn to cooperate with each other, to see problems from different perspectives, and also where you can build in the long term this principle that crisis communication at the government level first and most of all should be conducted with the purpose of achieving common good. The third layer is the development of civil society network, and also establishment of clear procedures how it interacts with the public sector. And this also is closely related with engagement with public at all, which all in all implements this whole of society approach. And finally, and our final layer, of course, is social cohesion, because during the crisis, all society must consolidate and work towards a common goal to overcome the crisis at the shortest possible time, with the least damage is being done, and this is so it's very important that diverse groups that constitute our society really can work for this common goal. So social cohesion, which also is a long-term issue that should be addressed in the long term. And all those elements also are important, and they play a role in all 3 phases of crisis, in pre-crisis, crisis, and post-crisis. I will end here, and I believe my 5 minutes have gone already. So thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to a discussion.
Thank you and your colleagues for this really interesting results, and we will surely have some questions regarding this as well. So I'm welcoming Katrīna Sudakova from Vidzema University of Applied Science, and we are getting back to strategic communications. So strategic communication in change management. What does usage of involvement as dimension of change communication reveal of a possible change management model? case of an administrative territorial reform in Latvia. So we don't hear you yet. Please enable your microphone and we are excited to hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to be here. I hope everybody sees my screen. It should be a part of the screen. Just like that. All right, so everybody probably, or some of you have heard the famous quote that there is two monologues going on within this reform, which is administrative territorial reform, and one is implemented by municipalities and the other one is implemented by ministries. And it does sound that there is some problem with communication going on there. So within this research, I tried to understand what would that mean within change management framework, where strategic communication depends on particular context, and it is a tool for achieving the specific goals. And change models could be something that could help understand what is going on, because they explain the communication tasks. They explain how communication tasks differ in according what should be achieved during the change, and they are bound to the strategy. And these communication targets, which depends on change management model, are actually a lived experience of stakeholders that they can observe. So to find out what was the experience of the stakeholders, in this case municipalities, the survey was done where the change communication experience was observed. So and here are some results. So what we can see about involvement is that most of the participants of this survey skeptically rate their involvement in change. Mostly answer as what we can see from the answers, there's little room for discussion, and even if there has been one, it haven't been much taken into account. Yeah, we can see that from the answers. And the only group who was positively assessing the involvement was the medium-sized municipalities, which also could mean that if the involvement in reform was limited, there has been some. And that means that the change is not purely top-down, but it could point also to the model where strategical important stakeholders' opinions are taken into account. So we can't exclude possibility also that the input has been collected, but suggestions haven't been strategically significant. Either way, we can see that the idea gathering through involvement hasn't been primarily the aim. That could point to programmed model where decisions actually are made by change managers or their experts or otherwise according to procedure. And also from communication assessment, we can see that there has been information flow. However, the representatives from all municipalities would agree on the assumption that it was one-way communication that was implemented. And all of them recognized this communication as one-way, which also includes the medium-sized municipalities, which previously in the involvement questions showed more optimism. And what else we can see? There has been some struggle with communication because within smaller municipalities, the aim of the first phase, which is understanding why change is needed, isn't reached, which to say could be difficult also because in fact some of those municipalities will come to an end of existence during this reform. I'm very quickly try to rush through indications that show how programmed model of change could be observed in change experience. But why even it is so important to talk about involvement as communication process and the model of change implementation? As I said, that or maybe I didn't mention that, but I'll do that now, that involvement, depending on the change model that is used, can be different, meaning that it can be symbolical, but there's like a folk's voice given to stakeholders, or it can be resource-oriented, where actually stakeholders are asked to give forward ideas on how to implement the change. And depending on what should be reached during the change managers think on how to involve these stakeholders. And that can be different in different change models. And what we can see from these correlation results I'm going to talk about in a minute is that involvement actually plays a crucial role in change communication quality. And in this correlation table, you can see that the involvement actually correlates very highly with the change communication quality. And here I gathered all the questions of one scale in one variable. So you can see how all questions actually go together and how they correlate to each other. And involvement in municipalities' points of view, what we can see from a bigger picture, is that it's not only that they're being involved as being informed, it's also being able to express their opinion, being heard, and actually that the ideas are taken in account. And if this involvement is in a such way, then the change communication quality assessments is higher. The problem is that in some circumstances where program models are needed to be used, involvement in the sense of being able to influence a change is limited, because decisions mainly are made by managers, in this case, ministry or their experts or the procedure, whatever it takes. Therefore, major question arise how all the quality of communication in program changes can be achieved. And also it allows to think that not the communication itself could be a problem, but maybe implemented model of change could be something to do with the dissatisfaction we observe during this reform. Right, and just to wrap up quickly, in general, what I would like to give it a message away is that if we look from the communication at change management point of view, the problem with communication manifests not in the information distribution level, but in involvement level, which is consequence of the applying change model. And I hope to discuss more about what could be the possible solutions, because there is one, and I'll hope to talk about it more in discussion pops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sure, we also are excited about this discussion part, so that's why I'm inviting you, colleagues. Please keep 5 minutes and let's have some time also for discussion. And so the next speaker that I'm inviting is Inita Blatchford from Vidima University of Applied Science, who will speak about the role of communication managers on implementing strategic communication in the public administration of Latvia. Wow, this is interesting. So please enable your microphone, and we are really waiting to see the results of your survey.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Good morning. So I will try to be fast, so you can see in this is framework of my research. And as you can see, the role of communication executives on implementing strategic communication, you can examine on from many aspects. And but today I will maybe talk more about those aspects which replies to the aspect of, do communication executives have legitimate legitimate power to implement strategic communication. And we can look at this from the point of institutionalization of strategic communication. And if you look from external point of view, then you can see that we have support function for communication executives. They work in support function, and 66.7% work in this support function. And strategic communication as job task is only as a job task. One of the job tasks is only to 50% of communication specialists. And if we talk about internal, then its positioning in hierarchy of institution is very important. And we can see that in our public administration, only 33.3% of communication specialists work in independent communication unit that is directly subordinated to the head of institution. And 14.8% work on their own. Okay, they are directly subordinated to the head of institution, but how much can you do if you are on your own with all those directions you need to fill in every day? And actually still 9.3% of institutions don't have communication specialists at all. And we can see also that strategic communication as separate job position is only 5.6%. And so we can see that this normative framework is outdated, and it gives this understanding of professionals as not strategic persons in this public administration. And also you can see that strategic communication is organized as general, not specialized function, which means it is very low internal institutionalization. And this normative framework defines communication as support function and doesn't provide legitimate mandate and powerful position to implement strategic communication for communication executives. So, and then as a result, more than 50% of communication executives has this powerless position in hierarchy of institution. And most of them are included in different specialization departments or even lower positions. And if you look at the relationship with dominant coalition, which explains this empowerment of communication executives, then we can see that only 64.8% of communication executives take part in management meetings where strategic decisions are taken, and only 75.9% are directly reporting to the head of institution. And also such informal attributes of power as trust and involvement in strategic decisions is important. And we can see that it's only 1/3 of specialists that advise dominant coalition several times a week. And also the data showed that advisors mostly are formally empowered communicators, and those are not those communicators who work in different specialization departments, which is administrative departments or others in our institutions. And also data shows that none of support function communicators take part in strategic decisions. They are out of those processes. And so you can see that this again shows this bureaucratic powerlessness of this subordination. And also what is even worse, that this strategic communication practice mostly depends on dominant coalition members' understanding of the role of communication executives in strategic communication. And this individual power of communication executives to implement this understanding is very important. But this leads to the situation that any particular change of head of institution can endanger this formal status and practice of communication executive. In qualitative interviews, there were also mentioned situation that changes state secretary, then this all practices changes if there's no understanding of role of communication executive. So, and what is also alarming that 72.2% of communication executives actually admitted that they think that dominant coalition don't consider strategic communication as communicator level issue. So these communication executives are not perceived as strategists. And if you look at state level, we have.
I'm sorry, Inita, could we please go to, you have the last minute, so could we please go to the main maybe things you want to say in addition to.
This is the last that we have this reform plan, and there were two things that were meant to happen. It is common approach of governmental communication and strategic communication system established, and we can see that only 15 of 100 institutions are part of that strategic communication approach. To other institutions, access is restricted to these two things, so they don't take part and they are not even informed about narratives, let alone taking part in decision making or strategic communication. So my point is that we need to work on this on legitimizing this mandate for communication executives to do strategic communication in order to make it more effective in our public administration system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would say quite hurtful results for the topic of strategic communication. And if we put it together with the first presentation, then we see that we have quite many challenges to work with. So thank you very much. And now I'm giving the floor to the speaker who will speak about the internal communication, because we today spoke about external communication with different stakeholders. But Eva Zaumane, lecturer and doctoral student of Vidzemes University of Applied Science, will speak about strategic planning of an internal communication as a core factor for organizational resilience at time of change. Eva, please, the floor is yours, but please remember that right after you, we have to have discussion.
Thank you, Olga. Hello, everybody, colleagues, participants. I promise to be very, very short since discussion in 2 minutes. My research is connected with in two parts. So one is the level of theoretical studies within my doctoral thesis, but the second part is a case study of local government that is conducted by colleagues, team of researchers from Vidzemes University of Applied Sciences. There is Vineta Silkane and Agnes Davidson in our team as well. So what is my main conclusions from theoretical part? So today we discussed about strategic communication and external stakeholders and long-term goals, but actually the main and core resource is internal environment and internal stakeholders within strategic management process, strategic communication process. And so in international publications, I observed many discussions about what is strategically managed internal communication. And there is no one definition. And therefore, I wanted to in order to increase understanding about strategic internal communication and importance of this function, to conclude what is the 8 main principles of strategic internal communication. And here you can see on the screen all those. And I would say that my research, this theoretical research, and also the practical one, connect to Inita's and Katrina's conclusions about the presence of communication function implementer in management team, also in the context of internal communication. Strategic internal communication is that this internal communication is linked with strategic intent, targeted communication of the leader about organization strategy. It's include the scanning and listening of environment and employee engagement in decision-making process. And core factor is that employee as the important stakeholder. So the employee is the first stakeholder who has to be informed, engaged in the process of strategic management and in the time of the change. And it's concluded that internal communication planning process, that we can define the goal, we can define the vision and future achievements in order to achieve strategic goals. And last but not least, evaluation of internal communication activities is very important to understand if we do internal communication in strategic way or not. So, moreover, international articles and practices do not answer the question who has to be responsible for strategically managed internal communication. But still, this is an essential part of strategic internal communication implementation, because while we do not think about functional responsibilities, internal communication remains implemented in freestyle. Therefore, I would like to emphasize the need for discussions and agreements within government institutional management teams about who is responsible for strategically managed internal communication within organization. And only afterwards we can speak about how we manage strategically this internal communication. And what is the second part of the research, and what I wanted to connect with...
Eva, could you please do it in 1 minute?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect.
I wanted to stress and emphasize that that practical research shows to us how it is important for employees, the clarification of how management team will manage the change in change situations. Employees has to know vision about future state and clear goal what we have to achieve. But what I saw in the interviews with middle management and higher management representatives, that there is lack of vision about the future organization. There is vision is not articulated to employees, and there is a lack of not only internal communication planning, but change management planning as well. And why it is important, because afterwards we see that there is not unified internal message for employees. There is just there is several messaging from middle management to employees about the change, which is related to their understanding about what is the change situation and their beliefs. And so I would like to stress this significance of internal communication management process within change process, within strategic management process as the core factor for resilient and sustainable organization.
Thank you very much. So now we have time for our very short and concrete discussion. We have 5 minutes, so I would like to ask each of you. You told the main challenges that you see regarding your surveys at the concrete field, but what would be, just in one sentence, your recommendation? What should public sector representatives do to change the situation, to make it better, to make it in a more strategic way? And as I know, we have also one additional question to Gatis Krūmiņš. Maybe we could also add it to Kasper. Could you please help me with this question? Yes. So it's about the importance of education. So do we still believe in it? Or is it over? Are we over that?
Okay.
So yes, and how to break one-way communication age between the media and government. So please, about your, I would like to hear more your maybe recommendation, just not to be on the wave that everything is so challenging at the present moment. Maybe let's stay positive in the end of our panel. So please, Gatis, maybe you could start.
Yeah, okay, I will start with this.
Yeah,
I will start with this question. Yes. Short answer is yes. Yeah, we don't believe in higher education in terms of values, unfortunately. But for me, more interesting question is why. Yeah, and it is short or long-term situation. Of course, we can explain, but it's challenge because in our strategies, we believe in knowledge society, and without higher education, yeah, it cannot be knowledge society in Latvia. So, but about recommendations, regarding recommendations, one recommendation that Stratcom specialists will must be included in early phase of preparing of all kind of documents. Yeah, and this is what we're doing wrong and did wrong in the last years. For example, I know that in National Development Plan, first part, vision was the last thing that was included. So, because we cannot communicate if documents are not prepared for strategic communication. So this is in early phase, expert must be included.
Thank you. Eva Bērziņa, please, your recommendations.
Yeah, to be short, it will be very much in line with what Gatis said, and also because and largely because what we discovered goes hand in hand what was in Initas paper. It just so supports it, and also Eva's. And my recommendation will be to include communication specialists and experts, not only in document preparation, but in strategic and tactical decision-making process. They should be part of the process. And I would add second one, we need to educate our political elite on the matters of strategic communication. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Katrina Sudakova, your opinion and recommendations. We don't hear you, sorry, your microphone.
Can you hear me now? I'm really sorry.
Yes, now it works.
Very shortly, in my correlation table, we saw there's one higher number actually correlates better with the communication quality, these indicators, and that's a formal support. What does people working in municipalities really need to make this change happen or get it through is to understand what to do. So even in case in program change, a formal support, a clear steps would be needed, and but that's also a next steps in change. So I hope it will happen.
Thank you very much. Please, Inita Blatchford.
I would stress the importance of empowering communication specialists. And I would stress importance about this formal power, which is an important base for working effectively. And in this, that's why I would suggest update all regulations and positioning of communicators in the public administration system, because at the moment it is very old system and doesn't work with these tendencies and tryings of modernization of communication in our public administration system.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Eva, please last but not least.
Yes, thank you. I would suggest to develop strategic thinking as the large and significant concept of strategic management. And I would say that what I see that there is a lack of goals and a clear vision of where we are going and what we want to achieve. But this would be the first question we have to ask to ourselves when we start to think about strategic management, strategic communication management, and within that, internal communication management. So this would be my suggestion.
Perfect. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much for your surveys, for your input. And I think that today, actually for many, many years, we speak that in different forums and conferences that communicators' role now is a strategic role. It should be strategic, not just communicator role. But I think your surveys, your brilliant surveys really showed us that today actually is the last moment to really to understand that and to change something, because in other way we will have really important problems. So thank you so much. I hope that people who need to hear that will hear that and will do something to change the situation. Please keep surveying and keep sharing your knowledge and experience. Thank you so much, everyone also who were listening and participated in our discussion, and please keep enjoying the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you, panels. As you can see, we have inspired some of polls to come up in a Slido, and one of the questions was which type of superpowers you have. So it looks like that people being inspired that they're having already a lot of superpowers. So I think one of the superpowers is communication as well. So just to remind all of us, we will have a short lunch break in upcoming minutes. So just for you to understand where we're going in 1 hour time. So it's we should be coming back to 2 parallel sessions. So there will be a parallel session on a YouTube, and there's 1 parallel session on a Sparta, on a workshop dedicated on cybersecurity. For those who want to join that one, I think you need to scroll down the YouTube link, and you see there should be a link in it. So hope to see you back in 1 hour. And for those who already raised more questions than before, just to remind again, there's a Slido link to connect with us. Thank you very much, and stay in touch.
Welcome to Vidzeme University of Applied Science. My name is Gatis Krūmiņš. I am rector of university. It will be our pleasure to show you everything what we have in our universities, laboratories, facilities, classrooms for supporting our research. We have excellent infrastructure and we will show you that. Follow me. We are in a multimedia laboratory of our university, and because of equipment of this laboratory, we can do really amazing, beautiful, interdisciplinary things. I will give you just one example about my book. We published this book in this year, Founders and Renewers of Republic Latvia. This is not only a printed book, but the book has a large digital version, and I will show how it works. We created more than 30 videos here in this book, interviews with former members of parliament, and summary of book. And this really is useful if you transfer your knowledge to young generation. And just when you started, for example, this scan with your mobile phone with this application, video will start summary. In 4 minutes you will have all content of this book. So, yes, please. And this is only one example, yeah, how you can merge together humanity, social science, and technologies. And it's really useful. And I'm really happy to use everything what we have here in our university.
The multimedia laboratory at Vidzeme University works in 4 different directions. First, it is a platform where our researchers, researchers can use for communicating their scientific results, their science achievements. Second, it is a place where our teachers can use it for modernizing their teaching methods, creating audiovisual materials that supplement both the face-to-face lectures and also our remote teaching. Third, it is a tool and a platform that can be used by our marketing people and other staff members who are involved in the brand building of Vidzeme University. And fourth, finally, it is also a platform for our students to gain and to develop their multimedia creation skills and to work in different projects together with our researchers, make their own projects and work in such way. Vidzeme University is one of the most active media literacy promoters since 2016 actually, and during that initiative we have used this laboratory for creating different multimedia materials, both for debunking various myths about our history, about the current events in Latvia, and also creating different learning materials for various audiences such as journalists, school students and others. Speaking about the laboratory as such, it consists of 2 different things. First is this filming studio where we are at the moment, where we have both the opportunity to film with the green screen. We converted it very easily for organizing and both recording and live streaming different discussions, interviews and other TV formats. And then second is this computer class, which can be used for editing the recorded material. And the latest development, the additional thing that we have at the Multimedia Laboratory is a small sound recording studio.
We are at the Laboratory of Virtual and Augmented Reality Technologies. Here we design and develop 3D interactive environments, mostly used for industrial training, safety training, but also for educational purposes in schools, physics, mathematics, chemistry, how we can provide laboratory works also for students. Our basic novelty is development of interactive environments and the dynamic generation of scenarios for individuality. Also how instructors can manage contents of those environments. It means you don't need to assistance of IT specialists, but you can adjust training scenarios by yourself. And also multi-user environments for collaboration purposes among students and trainee and also instructor. So here we can see our powerful workstations used for development 3D models and interactive contents. So these laboratory is also connected and used for motion capturing and motion tracking technologies. Here we use a lot of head-mounted displays, input-output devices for interaction with this environment. So basically you replace traditional devices like keyboard and mouse with motion capturing devices, and also most solutions where we provide virtual reality, we use latest head-mounted displays from HTC or Oculus. Our favorite solutions are for augmented reality. The latest challenge is to provide operation of this device in outdoor environments, so where we need to track users in larger distances. So we use HoloLens 2, also Magic Leap goggles. So here we also have available tracking stations, wireless tracking stations for large outdoor environments. And to provide work of this laboratory for us, it's important also students, their career, and I'm also head of master's study program Virtual Reality and Smart Technologies, and our students spend a lot of time in this laboratory to bring their ideas in real projects. And I think this very successful approach to develop and provide development of our laboratory.
Hi, we're in Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences Makerspace. This is the place where scientists and students and researchers can come together and do their research more deeply and prototype their ideas. Well, we have electronics prototyping table here with our power supplies, digital oscilloscopes, and soldering stations. Everything you need to create electronics and electrical engineering prototypes. And then we have heaps and heaps of mechanical engineering stuff with 3D printers and other things, like you can come here and 3D print your anything, basically. This is, for instance, students' work. We prototyped, we created this holder. We decided it doesn't work, and we reprinted and we redesigned it, and then it fitted our needs. And these are mechanical workshop part. You can hammer, you can drill, you can cut, and you can grind. And here you can do your CNC milling, like you can cut from plywood, you can use any other material like fiberglass or metal or plastic. And this is the place where actually interdisciplinary research can happen. This is where students from social engineering meet IT engineers. And for instance, our students and researchers from tourism, when they have some idea, for instance, for data gathering, they come here together with IT students. They think of how they will gather data from particular tracks in Vidzeme. And then other students, like mechatronics students, they prototype their these devices that will catch the data to be stored on the cloud, and then these scientists, researchers, they will retrack it and analyze it later.
I have the pleasure to introduce to you our new classroom, which is built according to active learning methodology. But in this case, I would like to tell you more of this classroom as support infrastructure for cooperation and collaboration. So this is a place where we expect that our researchers can give public lectures. They can organize a seminar for company representatives. They can organize co-ideation workshop with young people, or they can have online meeting with our European university partners or on joint cooperation and multidisciplinary teams. So one thing is we have a central screen, but the main infrastructure is connecting 6 more team screens together so that we can share our individual group work together with the whole classroom, and so we can switch from one information to everyone to individual different topics where every group is working on. So that's one of the possibilities where what we can do here. So the idea was to bring the latest technologies, the latest software and design in one place for being more mobile, flexible, and innovate together. So when we worked on the concept for this classroom, so we discussed a lot. So what kind of features are very important for working together, and we paid special attention to the sound effects, and that's why we have bought this acoustic lamps. So in order to reduce noise, and there are a lot of people working in a group. We also discussed a lot about lighting and what kind of lights we put in this classroom, because when you work a long time at different screens, so it's very important that for your eyes to get the right light in order you can be productive for a longer period. And of course design, which is created very welcomed, so that you can feel creative in this room, and it helps for you to work in a teams.
Welcome to our library. Our library is a partner for all researchers from Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences. We offer them several resources, for example, databases, books, and magazines. And these resources are available not only on place, but also remotely. If we don't have some resources here in our library, we can loan them from National Library. Library offers a space for meeting, for creating, and also for promoting your research results. For example, exhibitions, book openings, and some other activities. Library provides consultations to develop research skills for young researchers, and assistance and support for our professors for information gathering. In our library, you can also use this acoustic space. This space is for speaking by your mobile phone or small Skype conference making.
Hello, today we are at Mobile Technology Laboratory at Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences. This laboratory is a multidisciplinary laboratory covering a quite wide area of technologies and of course application of them starting from technological solutions up to social aspect solutions. Of course, one of the main technologies we are applying here and using is related with mobile technologies, different smartphones, smart devices, and similar mobile hardware, as well as we are applying different mechatronic related devices like microcomputers and Arduino boards, some of the robotics, as well as even more and more focusing on research, for example, deploying eye tracking solutions, both in developing applications as well as in the research and analysis of the activities, things and visuals in real life.
As far as we know, one of main research methods in social and humanities research is questionnaires. But also we know that in questionnaires people tend to lie. So especially in socio-technical research, it is important to use eye tracking, because by eye tracking people never lie. You can actually see where they are looking. And if you have some further questions, you can ask right away, and your respondent will answer why he is doing this or that, and you will get really good results, true results.
Another example of application of eye tracker devices and technology is political advertisements. This is area what our students together with personnel have researched, and in particular advertisements on t-shirts. How they are reaching people, minds, how they are perceived, and afterwards the analysis have been done and accordant solutions have been suggested. Thank you.
This is something what we are doing in research lab of spatial analysis for the regional development. We are dealing with the direction of the visitor flow counting and visitors outdoor and indoor. And this is the history of counting with a mechanical device. And today we do that already with heat map cameras, with visitor counter sensors. Idea why we do that is to ensure the comprehensive visitor flow monitoring for Natura 2000 areas, for example, in specially protected nature territories. And we do it on the case study basis together with the colleagues. Either those are different research projects or some activities together with students, but all the results are stored in the common GIS database. Like the hill fort in the center of the regional city, this is the cultural monument, and we have the problem that we don't know how many visitors are coming to this place. And as there are no tickets, we don't know the real visitor flow. So therefore, the outdoor visitor counters are very suitable for this purpose. This is something from field research of Spatial Regional Development Lab, and we see several poles with the transmitters and receivers, the sensors, outdoor sensors. Something from older generation, we started with them. We equipped ourselves with the new poles and new sensors. They are already operational about 2 years. And this is something we are developing further on, making by ourselves the poles here in Valmiera. And yeah, the sensor is working like receiver and transmitter. 2 poles are the trails in the outdoor different places. And counting the visitor numbers, we do the contribution for the field research of visitor monitoring for Natura 2000 areas, for different case studies for the permanent program of outdoor visitor numbers.
I'm realizing a research project which is targeted to improve quality of life of leg amputees. To do that, I'm developing augmented reality solution and combining it with data from wearables, who collect data from your heart rate, from your breathing, muscle activity, and glucose levels. And all the data comes from exercises, and it's in real time while you perform deep muscle targeted exercises. This solution will be suitable not only for lower limb amputees. These muscle problems and functional movement problems are also characteristic for chronic low back pain patients, for diabetes patients, for neurology patients. And it is aimed to increase motivation and also to obtain objective data. And as we saw in a research study, providing visual feedback during the exercises increases muscle activity for at least 100%. So the objective real-time data from muscle activity and from breathing and glucose measurements and blood pressure go directly to augmented reality glasses, and then during the actual exercise, nevertheless, if it's sitting down or lying down on your side or back, you can see precise instructions and real-time feedback on what you're doing. And studies proved that receiving the real-time visual feedback actually increases the muscle activity and engagement of the user for 100%.
Thank you for your attention. It was a pleasure to show you everything what we have. I hope next time you will see everything what we have with your own eyes. See you. Bye. Welcome to Vidzeme University of Applied Science. My name is Gatis Krūmiņš. I am rector of university. It will be our pleasure to show you everything what we have in our universities, laboratories, facilities, classrooms for supporting our research. We have excellent infrastructure and we will show you that. Follow me. We are in a multimedia laboratory of our university, and because of equipment of this laboratory we can do really amazing, beautiful, interdisciplinary things. I will give you just one example about my book. We published this book in this year, Founders and Renewers of Republic Latvia. This is not only printed book, but the book has a large digital version, and I will show how it works. We created more than 30 videos here in this book, interviews with former members of parliament and summary of book, and this really is useful if you transfer your knowledge to young generation. And just when you started, for example, this scan with your mobile phone with this application, video will start summary. In 4 minutes you will have all content of this book. So, yes, please. And this is only one example, yeah, how you can merge together humanity, social science and technologies, and it's really useful, and I'm really happy to use everything what we have here in our university.
The multimedia laboratory at Vidzeme University works in 4 different directions. First, it is a platform where our researchers, can use for communicating their scientific results, their science achievements. Second, it is a place where our teachers can use it for modernizing their teaching methods, creating audiovisual materials that supplement both the face-to-face lectures and also our remote teaching. Third, it is a tool and a platform that can be used by our marketing people and other staff members who are involved in the brand building of Vidzeme University. And fourth, finally, it is also a platform for our students to gain and to develop their multimedia creation skills and to work in different projects together with our researchers, make their own projects and work in such way. Vidzeme University is one of the most active media literacy promoters since 2016 actually, and during that initiative we have used this laboratory for creating different multimedia materials, both for debunking various myths about our history, about the current events in Latvia, and also creating different learning materials for various audiences such as journalists, school students and others. Speaking about the laboratory as such, it consists of 2 different things. First is this filming studio where we are at the moment, where we have both the opportunity to film with the green screen. We converted it very easily for organizing and both recording and live streaming different discussions, interviews and other TV formats. And then second is this computer class, which can be used for editing the recorded material. And the latest development, the additional thing that we have at the Multimedia Laboratory is a small sound recording studio.
We are at the Laboratory of Virtual and Augmented Reality Technologies. Here we design and develop 3D interactive environments, mostly used for industrial training, safety training, but also for educational purposes in schools, physics, mathematics, chemistry, how we can provide laboratory works also for students. Our basic novelty is development of interactive environments and the dynamic generation of scenarios for individuality. also how instructors can manage contents of those environments. It means you don't need to assistance of IT specialists, but you can adjust training scenarios by yourself, and also multi-user environments for collaboration purposes among students and trainee and also instructor. So here we can see our powerful workstations used for development 3D models and interactive contents. So this laboratory is also connected and used for motion capturing and motion tracking technologies. Here we use a lot of head-mounted displays, input-output devices for interaction with this environment. So basically you replace traditional devices like keyboard and mouse with motion capturing devices, and also most solutions where we provide virtual reality, we use latest head-mounting displays from HTC or Oculus. Our favorite solutions are for augmented reality. The latest challenge is to provide operation of this device in outdoor environments, so where we need to track users in larger distances. So we use HoloLens 2, also Magic Leap goggles. So here we also have available tracking stations, wireless tracking stations for large outdoor environments. And to provide work of this laboratory for us, it's important also students, their career, and I'm also head of master's study program Virtual Reality and Smart Technologies, and our students spend a lot of time in this laboratory to bring their ideas in real projects. And I think this very successful approach to develop and provide development of our laboratory.
Hi, we're in Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences Makerspace. This is the place where scientists and students and researchers can come together and do their research more deeply and prototype their ideas. Well, we have electronics prototyping table here with our power supplies, digital oscilloscopes, and soldering stations. Everything you need to create electronics and electrical engineering prototypes. And then we have heaps and heaps of mechanical engineering stuff with 3D printers and yeah, other things, like you can come here and 3D print your anything, basically. This is, for instance, students' work. We prototyped, we created this holder. We decided it doesn't work, and we reprinted and we redesigned it, and then it fitted our needs. And these are mechanical workshop part. You can hammer, you can drill, you can cut, and you can grind. And here you can do your CNC milling, like you can cut from plywood, you can use any other material like fiberglass or metal or plastic. And this is the place where actually interdisciplinary research can happen. This is where students from social engineering meet IT engineers. And for instance, our students and researchers from tourism, when they have some idea, for instance, for data gathering, they come here together with IT students. They think of how they will gather data from particular tracks in Vidzeme. And then other students, like mechatronics students, they prototype their these devices that will catch the data to be stored on the cloud, and then these scientists, researchers, they will retrack it and analyze it later.
I have the pleasure to introduce to you our new classroom, which is built according to active learning methodology. But in this case, I would like to tell you more of this classroom as support infrastructure for cooperation and collaboration. So this is a place where we expect that our researchers can give public lectures. They can organize a seminar for company representatives. They can organize co-ideation workshop with young people, or they can have online meeting with our European university partners or on joint cooperation and multidisciplinary teams. So one thing is we have a central screen, but the main infrastructure is connecting 6 more team screens together so that we can share our individual group work together with the whole classroom, so we can switch from one information to everyone to individual different topics where every group is working on. So that's one of the possibilities what we can do here. So the idea was to bring the latest technologies, the latest software and design in one place, for being more mobile, flexible, and innovate together. So when we worked on the concept for this classroom, so we discussed a lot. So what kind of features are very important for working together, and we paid special attention to the sound effects, and that's why we have bought this acoustic lamps. So in order to reduce noise, and there are a lot of people working in a group. We also discussed a lot about lighting and what kind of lights we put in this classroom, because when you work a long time at different screens, so it's very important that for your eyes to get the right light in order you can be productive for a longer period. And of course design, which is created very welcomed, so that you can feel creative in this room, and it helps for you to work in a teams.
Welcome to our library. Our library is a partner for all researchers from Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences. We offer them several resources, for example, databases, books, and magazines. And these resources are available not only on place, but also remotely. If we don't have some resources here in our library, we can loan them from National Library. Library offers a space for meeting, for creating, and also for promoting your research results. For example, exhibitions, book openings, and some other activities. Library provides consultations to develop research skills for young researchers, and assistance and support for our professors for information gathering. In our library, you can also use this acoustic space. This space is for speaking by your mobile phone or small Skype conference making.
Hello, today we are at Mobile Technology Laboratory at Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences. This laboratory is a multidisciplinary laboratory covering a quite wide area of technologies and of course application of them, starting from technological solutions up to social aspect solutions. Of course, one of the main technologies we are applying here and using is related with mobile technologies, different smartphones, smart devices, and similar mobile hardware, as well as we are applying different mechatronic related devices like microcomputers and Arduino boards, some of robotics, as well as even more and more focusing on research, for example, deploying eye tracking solutions, both in developing applications as well as in the research and analysis of the activities, things and visuals in real life.
As far as we know, one of main research methods in social and humanities research is questionnaires. But also we know that in questionnaires people tend to lie. So especially in socio-technical research, it is important to use eye tracking, because by eye tracking, people never lie. You can actually see where they are looking, and if you have some further questions, you can ask right away, and your respondent will answer why he is doing this or that, and you will get really good results, true results.
Another example of application of eye tracker devices and technology is political advertisements. This is area what our students together with personnel have researched, and in particular advertisements on t-shirts. How they are reaching people, minds, how they are perceived, and afterwards the analysis have been done and accordant solutions have been suggested. Thank you.
This is something what we are doing in research lab of spatial analysis for the regional development. We are dealing with the direction of the visitor flow counting and visitors outdoor and indoor. And this is the history of counting with a mechanical device. And today we do that already with heat map cameras, with visitor counter sensors. Idea why we do that is to ensure the comprehensive visitor flow monitoring for Natura 2000 areas, for example, in specially protected nature territories. And we do it on the case study basis together with the colleagues. Either those are different research projects or some activities together with students, but all the results are stored in the common GIS database. Like the hill fort in the center of the regional city, this is the cultural monument, and we have the problem that we don't know how many visitors are coming to this place. And as there are no tickets, we don't know the real visitor flow. So therefore, the outdoor visitor counters are very suitable for this purpose. This is something from field research of Spatial Regional Development Lab, and we see several poles with the transmitters and receivers, the sensors, outdoor sensors. Something from older generation, we started with them. We equipped ourselves with the new poles and new sensors. They are already operational about 2 years. And this is something we are developing further on, making by ourselves the poles here in Valmiera. And yeah, the sensor is working like receiver and transmitter. 2 poles are the trails in the outdoor different places. And counting the visitor numbers, we do the contribution for the field research of visitor monitoring for Natura 2000 areas, for different case studies for the permanent program of outdoor visitor numbers.
I'm realizing a research project which is targeted to improve quality of life of leg amputees. To do that, I'm developing augmented reality solution and combining it with data from wearables, who collect data from your heart rate, from your breathing, muscle activity, and glucose levels. And all the data comes from exercises, and it's in real time while you perform deep muscle targeted exercises. This solution will be suitable not only for lower limb amputees. These muscle problems and functional movement problems are also characteristic for chronic low back pain patients, for diabetes patients, for neurology patients. And it is aimed to increase motivation and also to obtain objective data. And as we saw in a research study, providing visual feedback during the exercises increases muscle activity for at least 100%. So the objective real-time data from muscle activity and from breathing and glucose measurements and blood pressure
go directly to augmented reality glasses, and then during the actual exercise, nevertheless, if it's sitting down or lying down on your side or back, you can see precise instructions and real-time feedback on what you're doing. And studies proved that receiving the real-time visual feedback actually increases the muscle activity and engagement of the user for 100%.
Thank you for your attention. It was a pleasure to show you everything what we have. I hope next time you will see everything what we have with your own eyes. See you. Bye. Welcome to Vidzeme University of Applied Science. My name is Gatis Krūmiņš. I am rector of university. It will be our pleasure to show you everything what we have in our universities, laboratories, facilities, classrooms for supporting our research. We have excellent infrastructure and we will show you that. Follow me. We are in a multimedia laboratory of our university, and because of equipment of this laboratory we can do really amazing, beautiful, interdisciplinary things. I will give you just one example about my book. We published this book in this year, Founders and Renewers of Republic Latvia. This is not only a printed book, but the book has a large digital version, and I will show how it works. We created more than 30 videos here in this book, interviews with former members of parliament and summary of book. And this really is useful if you transfer your knowledge to young generation. And just when you started, for example, this scan with your mobile phone with this application, video will start summary. In 4 minutes you will have all content of this book. So, yes, please. And this is only one example, yeah, how you can merge together humanity, social science and technologies. And it's really useful. And I'm really happy to use everything what we have here in our university.
The multimedia laboratory at Vidzeme University works in 4 different directions. First, it is a platform where our researchers, researchers can use for communicating their scientific results, their science achievements. Second, it is a place where our teachers can use it for modernizing their teaching methods, creating audiovisual materials that supplement both the face-to-face lectures and also our remote teaching. Third, it is a tool and a platform that other staff members who are involved in the brand building of Vidzeme University. And fourth, finally, it is also a platform for our students to gain and to develop their multimedia creation skills and to work in different projects together with our researchers, make their own projects and work in such way.
So welcome back to the conference of Vidzeme University of Applied Science. So we're coming to the after lunch session of two parallel sessions. So there's one session on YouTube panel and there's another one on a Teams. So you can join both of them. So currently, just to remind you, I think we are fresh with a good and healthy dinners and lunches. So I just want to remind you that you need to go back and to check or Slido questions and answer part. So currently there are some polls regarding the robots, and we are kind of interested to see what's your vision on our robots and the future, because this session will be dedicated on devices. So devices is almost a robot. So have a look and then put your thoughts in a poll, and then remember that within this Slido session you can put the questions and answers, which could be answered later on. So this is my pleasure to give you see, this is the questions coming up. So try to put the questions here. So it's my pleasure to give a floor for Michal. He's coming from West Bohemia University of Pilsen. So my question first will be like, if Pilsen beer is better than Valmiermužas beer, just to get you started. And the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Kaspars. Thank you for the initial question, let's say. It's hard to tell at this moment, because when I'm coming to Valmiera or almost tasting Valmiermuža, I think it's very, very good as well. So, you know, there is no practical difference, depends on the taste. And I would like to start, let's say, the session. I would like to welcome all you to the session monitoring devices for human and sea health and security. So even it looks very, very different from the beginning for two different domains, we can try to find some common attributes, common features, and we will see what results our panelists will provide for us and how can contribute ICT and IoT and sensors and all these modern technologies to both of these domains. And let's see the implements. I would like to introduce our panelists. We have four colleagues here. We have Linda Lancere from University of Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences. We have Mohsin Bodan as well from the Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences. We have Kabira Azbek, PhD student at Hassan University of Casablanca. And we have Ojar Spalcers as well from Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences. So in the panel, I would like to, let's say, invite presenters to present just 7 minutes presentations, and then we can start discussion for each topics. My propose is to start, let's say, with putting together presentations by similar domains. So I would like to ask for first Linda Lancere and her presentation, technological solutions for low back pain, physical therapy in real-time monitoring. So floor is yours, and please 5 or 7 minutes presentation.
Thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be in this panel and present the work I'm doing. So thank you for this opportunity. So I should probably share my screen. Okay, do you see my screen? Okay. Okay, so this topic is created in frames of my postdoctoral research. And it is the long title is Design Research for User-Friendly Guidance of Complex Whole Body Rehabilitation for Lower Extremity Amputees by means of extended reality and advanced wearables data processing. Just shortly to give the background, that is a project where I'm developing a whole system to monitor in real time, exercising with the help of wearables to control movement quality and also to monitor vital signs because this population has a lot of health issues and comorbidities like heart conditions and respiration complications and so on. And all of that is transferred to augmented reality, where they get the real-time feedback whether they're doing their task correctly or not. And all of that is intended to be in a gamified environment to improve the motivation. And the game scenario is dictated by the data from the wearables. So basically, if you don't move, then the scenario of the game, the action in the game is not happening. Before we did research with the low back pain population and low back population because this is a common trait for leg amputees and so to say healthy population. And so this issue is mostly related to deep muscle problems. And here you can see from the data that we proved that when exercising and seeing the visual feedback, then the muscle activity is higher. But as for low back pain problem in physical therapy, this is a really common problem. And as I said, it's very common in very different kind of populations. And the issue with that is that there is no standardized treatment for low back pain because nobody has really found the real reason and the real cause where the low back pain comes from. Well, besides, of course, injuries or mechanical accidents. But there is the most common trend, how to treat it. That is motion correction or movement retraining. Then those are physical exercises and increasing muscle strength and endurance. So for that reason, wearables are used as the main instrument how to help and retrain your movement and get higher quality of the movement. So yeah, in this article, the aim was to perform and to get the knowledge of the whole technology possibilities that are out there and to help and solve these issues that has population with low back pain. So as I said, it is really, so to say, wide. There's a variety of metrics that are being measured in physical therapy, and that leads to hundreds, honestly, hundreds of technology solutions that provide monitoring and also the feedback. So there is the list you can see, and also for it's a little bit easier with vital signs because those are like strict and clear. And one more thing what I want to mention is that a lot of these metrics are indirect because you are not, there is no standard for measuring pain in terms of technology. And also pain is evaluated by, in physical therapy, it is evaluated by self-reported outcomes. So what the monitoring can only ensure indirect measurements which are related to the low back pain. And this is a big challenge in this field. So yes, we can measure very commonly also just physical activity is being measured, or steps, or quality of sleep. And this is overview of the different kinds of technologies being used in movement monitoring. Also balance and muscle strength are being measured. And there is evidence that actually low back pain can be caused by cognitive and mental changes in brain functions. So what I would like to point out are a few technologies that are really new. And for example, there is evidence that electroencephalography has really good effect on reducing low back pain. And of course, during these sessions, the visual feedback is provided to the patient, and thus reaching and self-regulating their own body. And besides technologies that probably most of us know, watches and motion capture, there are technologies like bioimpedance or near-infrared technologies, and smart textile technologies, which are getting more and more promising. The problem there is that still they are too complicated usually for being applied in real life in clinics. And there is also missing evidence of these applications in everyday basis. Yes, there are research studies proving effects. Sometimes there are contraindicatory, but there, at least to my best knowledge, I was not able to find any studies that showed, or like surveys who would show that they are actually being implemented in actual physical therapy. So from these technologies, yeah, the graphene sensors are really very promising because they are very small and portable, and they're not an obstacle for us to move, because one of the biggest challenges in technologies in healthcare, in physical therapy, is that many of these technologies do not allow the freedom of movement. Or if they do, then there is a really high noise ratio. So these are a few of the examples. And now, of course, it's getting really popular that virtual reality games and setups are being used. But I must mention that there is very little evidence and very few studies which actually define the requirements specifically for low back pain treatment in virtual reality.
Okay, Linda, I'm sorry, just 1 minute.
Yep. Okay, sure. So I have outlined the biggest challenges, and as I mentioned, of course, those are that is not clear causes of low back pain, and the variety of therapy measure outcomes. Also, one of the biggest challenges is fragmented use of the sensors, because applying one or two sensors which have different softwares and applications is not a solution, and it doesn't give any effect to a real benefit to patients. And there is a really high need for a complex sensor network which could be easily used. And for discussion, I think my main point would be that there's still, in most of the cases, the physician is necessary on the spot. There are almost no technologies that are standalone at home usable technologies, and artificial intelligence is really going there, but still evidence shows that there is still pretty high error rate also in artificial intelligence in defining the correlation between vital signs and exercising and physical activity, and also mental evaluation and behavioral evaluation. And one more thing, the last thing probably I will say because of the time, is that most of the studies and research shows that telehealth, internet-based programs and mobile apps are the most promising technologies. As since I'm working with wearables and augmented reality, I'm not really happy about this finding, but that's what the research says. So I will end with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda, for nice and interesting presentation. Just to continue in this domain, I would like to ask Kebira for providing presentation. So, Kebira.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Floor is yours.
So,
please, 5 up to 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sharing my presentation. Do you see my screen?
Not yet. Now it's okay.
Okay. So I'm Andra Siibak, and today I will present my work about blockchain-based system for security IoT healthcare monitoring devices. So I will start with an introduction, then I will present our approach, then I will give a discussion about the security of our system, and at the end I will conclude and give some future works. So nowadays the healthcare sector is benefiting from a recent advancement of IoT devices such as wearables and medical sensors. Several clinical applications have been proposed based on wearable body sensors to facilitate remote patient monitoring by collecting health data, recording it, and ensuring access to these data. So the security of medical records is an imperative aspect which must be guaranteed. And several researchers are trying to enhance this aspect by using the blockchain technology. So here I am listing some of these works. So the main idea of all these works is to use the blockchain features to share medical data in a secure manner. However, all these works did not take into consideration the fog computing layer. However, fog computing is widely used in healthcare IoT applications that require low latency and real-time processing. So as a definition, fog computing is a decentralized computing infrastructure. The main idea behind such infrastructure is to extend the cloud to where the things are by bringing the cloud computing capabilities to the edge of IoT devices. For computing also can locally handle data collected by IoT devices and sensors in order to provide an instant processing of data and real-time analysis. So now I will start to present our proposed approach. So here we propose a secure system based on blockchain for securing health monitoring devices. And in our work, we used the combination of a set of technologies, namely IoT healthcare devices, blockchain, fog computing, and cloud computing. So here is our architecture. So the architecture is divided into 3 layers: the medical devices layer, fog layer, and cloud layer. So for the first layer, it combines a set of medical devices that collects the necessary health information for patient monitoring. So all collected data is forwarded to a smartphone in order to be encrypted and sent to the interplanetary file system for storage. So the second layer is the fog layer. So here, a blockchain network will be used to ensure the connection between fog nodes and link them to the cloud nodes of the healthcare institutions. It is also used to manage access control by using smart contracts. And the last layer is the cloud layer. So in this layer, hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, now it's okay.
Okay. So the last layer is the cloud layer. So this layer provides a high computing capacity and a distributed storage. It consists of a set of nodes connected to the previous layer by the same blockchain network. So here, all participating nodes are belonging to hospitals, pharmacies, clinics, and public health organizations. So now I will discuss the security of our system. The main goal of our work is the privacy preservation and the security enhancement to protect shared data in a healthcare system. So for that, we use data encryption and blockchain technology due to its security features. In our architecture, we took into consideration several security aspects. So the first one is the use of blockchain and smart contracts for access control. We have also here, data is encrypted by the patient before being stored. And only physicians who have access permission can access to data. Every manipulation made on data is registered in order to keep the traceability, and each patient is identified in the blockchain just by a unique ID in order to preserve the privacy. So to conclude, we presented a healthcare system architecture based on the IoT, blockchain, fog, and cloud technologies to secure the healthcare monitoring devices. And we focused on the privacy preservation and the security of shared data in 3 levels, devices, fog, and cloud levels. So currently, we are working on the implementation of our system to give a proof of concept in order to demonstrate the feasibility of our approach and to verify its performance, then to suggest some amelioration if needed. So as a future work, we aim to use the artificial intelligence to analyze node behaviors so that the system can identify abnormal nodes behaviors in real time. So that's it, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kebira. Now we would like to move to, let's say, other domain that is not focused on healthcare for people, but we will see how this health and life in seas is monitored and analyzed. So I would like to ask Mohsin for his presentation, and please keep the time 5 up to 7 minutes maximum.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Yeah, hi everybody. I'm very glad to be here and to share my research with you. Unfortunately, we cannot meet each other face to face, but yeah, still we can share our research, our progress together. In this presentation, it will be, since Oyars Balcers is author of my second publication, so it will include information in the my presentation and Oyar's presentation. So it might have more than 7 minutes, but I think it will be like 2-in-1 presentation. So. Do you see my slides? So the presentation is, the title of my presentation is a method-based feature extraction and object recognition for underwater imaging. Before attacking the topic, let's have some motivation about why we choose this topic. We know all that oceans and the mares cover about 7% of the Earth's surface. It contains animal, mineral, raw materials resources. So exploring its resources is a key topic around the world. We all believe that fish and fisheries are an integral part of most societies and an important contributor to economic, social health, and well-being in many countries. In the world, each individual consumed an average of 22.3 kilograms, and the number is grown year per year by 1.5%. These statistics hide the big differences between developed countries, and which consume little, of course. In Asia, in the top list is South Korea that consumes 78.5 kilograms per person, and in EU countries, Portugal is in the top list that consumes 61.5 kilograms per person. But the problem that fish production is getting decreased year by year due to intensive fishing. For example, the no respect of the quota system and the disappearance of certain fish species. Now the governments and the responsibles are aware of these problems, and they try to make some movement in order to preserve fish resources. They try to make some fishing organization, for example, quota system that forbid the collection of certain fish species. And in the other side, there are some movement that they try to explore underwater resources and quantify how many fishes underwater. There are some free methods that it's used actually nowadays, like net casting, that try to collect everything and try to count how many fishes we have. Fish sampling, it's the method that we have like a big area and we try to choose a specific small area in these big areas. We collect everything and we try to generalize what we caught in this area. The third method is to use the diver sampling and to see what it is in the water. For the divers, the inconvenience is not safe because divers cannot reach a certain depth and divers cannot stay in the water for a long time. For the fish samplings and net casting, it's the occasion to kill many fishes, and there is no extract accuracy because we try to use only estimation. So as a matter of fact, there is no real access of underwater resources due to the use of computer vision and artificial intelligence. So why we want to monitor fishes? So for fish identification in real environments, fish assessment, underwater inspection, long-term supervision for fish preservation. So the main challenge that we have in underwater images is the visibility. The visibility is very, very poor. In the normal cases, the visibility is limited in 2 meters until 7 meters. But in the best cases, we could reach 10 meters, at least 10 meters. So it's not really enough to have full exploration of underwater resources. So the main idea is to identify the trajectory of many fishes in order to see their behavior. For that, we try to look for the fish anatomy of the fishes, and we find a very useful information that could change the fish recognition methods. So when we look to the fishes, we find that we can divide it in 2 main parts. a rigid part, that the head part that is not changed at all, and the tail part that is change the form to find directions. So for the head part, we use a rigid model to model this part. And for the tail part, we try to use a non-rigid model. So for that, we try to use a skeleton extraction of each fishes and taking into consideration 3 main key points. The first, the head skeleton endpoint, central feature point, and the tail skeleton endpoints. For the first part, as I said before, it's a rigid part, so generally it will be a linear part. And for the second part, it's a non-rigid part, so it will change the form in the whole scene. So this is the proposed model. It's decomposed into 3 main parts: motion captures, when we extract the object from the scene. We have 3 steps: background abstraction, threshold segmentation, and feature extraction. And in this phase, we use the artificial neural network. We will talk about that later. For the second part, we use the targeted model construction when we use 4 steps: contour extraction, feature extraction, triangulation, and texture mapping. This second part is made just to find out the real skeleton. For the third part, we try to use motion retargeting, and in order to identify the fish movements. And we use 3 steps: rigid pose, body motion, and fin motion. So for, as I said before, for fish identification, we use artificial neural network. When we use the convolutional neural network in order to detect objects, and the recurrent convolutional neural network in order to identify fishes in those images. So this is the experimental configuration of our system. When we use the fish tank in order to control all the parameters of our experiment. And this is what we got as results. And the experimental results show that we detect the trajectory with the 100% accuracy. And for the long term, we try to make some experiments in order to monitor fishes. And here an example of 2 fishes. And as you can see in the figure, that we can even see how much time they spend in the bottom or in the top of the environment. And afterward, we could identify their behavior and their movements. So this is the references of our work, and thank you for your attention, and you're welcome. Thank you.
Danny, Martin, thank you very much for this nice presentation and very interesting. And I would like to continue in these topics by asking Wes, if you can continue with your part of the presentation.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
First of all, I wanted to thank Mohsin for very good coverage of results. And I think there is not really much to add, but as you know, I still want to say a few words. What I think, what were left out, but what are very important regarding this topic. So first of all, it's the idea of Mohsin's research, postdoc research, and we are working together with him. This is why I'm aware what is he doing. It's also to build UAV. So it's a UAV development which is very important, and this UAV is a UAV which would work underwater. So we are speaking about underwater, and we are speaking about a moving object. And then when a particular object goes underwater, there's a fish present, and Mohsin explained it very good, fish. but there are also other objects of interest. And there can be different objects of interest. Let's not go into details, but there are different objects of interest. And some of these objects move, and some of these objects do not move. And in a general case, we don't really know what's the behavior of that. And now Mohsin explained about the algorithm, and this algorithm is quite good at tracking fish, at recognizing fish, and I would say this is like a really state-of-the-art research what Mohsin is doing. But there are some problems with this research, and we are looking also about specifics of lighting conditions. Like Mohsin already said, light is very important because light actually determines what quality of images we are going to get, and depending on this quality of images, we can process them with better quality or with lower quality. And light underwater has several physical features which were not mentioned and which I would like to mention, and this is why I took the floor. So first of all, it's a polarization of light. And this is one thing we should think about. Should we use polarized light or shouldn't we use polarized light? So this is one very important thing because there are different polarizations, and this definitely can affect and impact the image quality, and in the end also algorithms. And second is wavelengths. Second is wavelengths. With which wavelength should we be working? Linda mentioned infrared, mid-infrared, but perhaps it's red light we should be working, or green light, or I don't know, some other light. And this still we have to test, and this is what we are doing, to seeing which is the right wavelengths to work with these underwater images. And another thing which was not mentioned is intensity of impinging light. So there's one condition that affects our objects, our fish, for example. Let's say Mohsin spoke a lot about fish, let's speak fish. So about intensity of light which impinges upon fish, it's different. It's different during daylight, it's different during twilight, it's different under rain conditions. So we should take that account because later on we are going to build our algorithms based on this. So these are very physical parameters: polarization, wavelengths, intensity. And then also there are other parameters, for example, turbidity. Brackish water is more turbid than ocean water. So for example, if we went to Morocco, yeah, I think Mohsin can say, yes, indeed, our water is much more transparent. But for example, here in Gauja or in the Burtnieka Lake, when you go down, maybe you can see 5 meters if you're lucky, maybe 2 meters. And this, again, these are all things which should be taken into account building our algorithms. So now when we are in algorithm parts, let's say our algorithms are more or less built or are less justified. And then we get into classification and feature extraction. And this is Mohsin did a very good presentation of that. I really don't have much to add on it. It's just but what's very important is that currently one part of the work is to work with live fish in a fish tank. And this is what Mohsin was referring to. And the other development that we are working on is building UAV, which can work already underwater in real conditions. And this is another development. And then we are also working with improving our results and preparing research articles. So that's short from me that I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Aras, very much for, let's say, presentation without slides. That was very good. And now, let's say we have 11 minutes for discussion. I saw one question on Kabira's presentation. How do you organize reading of blockchain stored records? So if you can, in 1 or 2 sentences, describe or answer this question.
Sorry, can you say it again? What is the question?
Yeah. How do you organize reading this blockchain stored records?
How I am organizing the reading about, into the blockchain network?
Yeah.
So we collect data from the IoT devices and we send all this data to the smartphone, and the patient here will encrypt the data and send it to the IPFS. And the IPFS will send a hash, the hash of this data, and this hash will be stored in the blockchain network. Mm-hmm. And to read this data, we should access to this system, and if we have access to this data, the blockchain will give us the right to access the hash of this data, and we can retrieve data from the IPFS.
Great. I hope it was correct or answering this question from, I suppose, Atis Kapanix. And we have two more questions to Mohsin. Can you track fishes in the dark water of Baltic Seas, or are you supposed to test your experiment in Baltic Sea?
Yes, of course. Yes, my research is made to be built in Latvia. So in our research, we were to use our algorithms in rivers and in the Baltic Sea. Mm-hmm. And for the dark environments, we try to use the light, artificial light, and the sonar system in order to detect objects underwater, because the visibility is very poor, and sometimes the artificial lights make some artifacts in the images, and it can cause some limitations in the images. So for this reason, we try to use also the sonar system in order just to correct the detection made by the cameras.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much for the response. I hope it will answer for the asker. And one more question, maybe to you or to Ojārs. Do you have a project web pages for this research?
Yeah, yes, I have a project web page in the va.lv in the website of the university. Mm-hmm. So we have the specific homepage for our project. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. We will ask, let's say, the propagation team to put URL for these web pages. And I see no more question from the audience. So I would like to ask Linda, how do you see, let's say, the future of, let's say, miniaturization of sensors for benefits for this low back pain research problem? So how do you look on this miniaturization? If it will be some benefit for you or for this domain?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Of course, I believe there will be a benefit for sure, and we'll get, as I see in most of the healthcare, the issue and where the things are going is like self-awareness. I know it sounds like really philosophical, but what I mean is that technologies will help us to understand what is better and what is not in terms of health and our physical condition. And that's where the ICT, and I think it won't be really possible without ICT and wearables and all the technologies and blockchain included. And yeah, and during preparation to this presentation, I saw this really nice quote which stuck in my head, was that it's funny when the science is able to almost clone people or clone animals, but nobody has still found where the low back pain comes from. And so, yeah, I hope we get to know that at some point.
Okay. Thank you for the response. I see that most of us is, at least in last year, spending almost the day sitting by the desk and working on computers. So next 2-3 years, we will be good material for research and testing. So
yeah, I will send out some invitations to user trials.
The problem is, I think it's similar. The challenges are similar actually to both of the topics. This huge amount of data is not usable and applicable to anyone without processing and all the algorithms.
Yes, exactly. So that's the common issue. We have a lot of data. We can measure lots of phenomena. We can take hundreds of hours of images and video sequences. And then came the problem how we can process, or are we able to process all this data to get the real information and the real knowledge. So that's maybe question on Mohsin or yours. How you are able, this UAV, to process all this data that you will measure under the sea. So maybe Oya or Mohsin.
To process this data, when we use artificial intelligence algorithms, those algorithms work with data. They feed of data. So if we have like simple database, or we can collect like huge amount of data. So I think it will be very, very useful in any kind of treatment. So I can cite there are many like made databases like CFAR database. I think you know all, and there are many databases that are now made for all researchers in order to use it in specific works. And yeah, in our research specifically, we try to collect our own data. I have, in my experiments, I use like 6 months data in order to train this this deep learning algorithm. So I think it's important to have good data, and that doesn't matter if you collect it or you get it from another place, but I think it's important.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for this discussion topic. Because I'm mainly GIS oriented, I'm working with spatial data, mainly, and sensor data. So from my concern, I would like to know if you are interested just for recognition of fishes or for locations. For example, if there is some cluster where they are spending some time or when they are concentrated. So if you are facing this location issue as well.
Yes, we use our algorithms also for fish quantification. So if we want to quantify, we need to localize them. So for this reason, mostly we use the sonar system, because the sonar system could catch distance fishes like for 50 meters, 100, 1%, I think 10 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters, until I think 100 meters. So for this, I think we could identify those, localize them, even identify them. So I think it's important to localize them in order to see how many fishes in this area and how many fishes in the other area, and even to see different kind of species that we have in each environment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And we have 2 minutes. One last question to Linda. How do you look on, let's say, 3D modeling of patients? How to identify all these spots that you are measuring and all these spots that can be the reason for the low back pain problems? So if you are planning to do some 3D model of patients.
Thanks for the question. It's a good question. I think, well, for me, I'm not really planning to do that because this present focus is really on muscle activity because of, so the reason for that is not because modeling wouldn't be good or in a high quality or anything, but the reason is that from the physical therapy and from movement point of view, you can make a movement with basically, if some of the muscles are not working, there is this compensational mechanism, and you will do the movement anyways. So that's the reason why, I mean, it's my personal belief that why motion capture systems or 3D visualization systems are not always the best option for physical therapy because of these. You do the movement, everything is right. The system says you're doing a good job, but actually these specific hard to locate deep muscles might not be working. But of course, there are situations or like diagnosis when 3D modeling is really good and suitable, especially in sports, in high intensity workouts. So yeah, and I'm thinking maybe some of the machines algorithms could be used also in my application.
Yeah, sure. We can do something together, maybe.
Okay, thank you very much for a response. I'm looking on the time, so we are at the end of our session. So I would like to thank all participants, all panelists for these nice presentations and nice discussions. And I think we are happy to be with you here. And please follow our session. So I will forward floor to Kaspars.
Yeah, thank you. Just coming back for the Slido update. We had a question pull out there asking people where they're coming from. And you see, during the session, we have grown in numbers. And I'm happy to report that we have I mean, usual suspects and a bit of unusual suspects. So just to remind what's happening next, we have a upcoming sections in 10 minutes. So we will focus on more like information security. So thank you, Michal, for a great panel. And it makes me wondering about Boston Dynamics and all the fancy robots they produce. And I think if you can add all the capacities you're building in Wisdom's University of Applied Science to Boston Dynamics type of robots, I would be extremely happy to join. Cheers. See you in a minute.
Goodbye. Thank you. See you.
Welcome back to our one of the final sessions regarding reliable. Is the information reliable? What's the information in this security era? So we quickly jumping back to the questions. During this discussion, there's a few questions out there and a pool to answer. So please be guided to the Slido and answer some of questions. Do you use a digital library in your research, for starters? And then to just follow the next ones. With this one, I want to give a floor to the panel host at Skapnieks. And, Ate, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for kind introduction. Yeah, my name is Ate Skapnieks. I'm chairing this session, and we have topic using qualitative and reliable information to promote security in 21st century. Yeah, we are responsible for this century. Yeah, it's really high level responsibility, and I have pleasure to be here with you. And we will have the first. I sent you some my introduction letter a few days ago, and as we discussed, the first, each of us will have 5 minutes discussion. Yeah, 5 minutes presentation, but please not more. Yeah, and then I sent also 5 questions. Yeah, related to this 21st century security. Yeah, the first Professor Juris Binde already presented us big picture. What challenges will we meet in near future? Yeah, but now I have a list of 4 presentations. The first is Sarmīt Rozentāle, Motivation and Challenges of Teleworking Employees of Educational Institutions in Latvia. It's like related to motivations of most of us. Yeah, how we are motivated. Yeah, please, Sarmīte, the floor is yours. Sarmīte, please switch on the microphone, Sarmīte.
Variet dzirdēt mani?
Jā, now we hear you.
Dzirdiet?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, colleagues and conference participants. This study is about the motivation of employees of educational institutions in remote work during the COVID-19 pandemic. I worked together with Ieva Grīntāle, doctoral student of Vidzeme University, and with group of researchers from Rīgas Tradiņš University, Linda Paegli, Ivars Vanadziņš, and Linda Matisāne. The data of this study were obtained from the project by National Research Program of Latvia, Life with COVID-19. The problem addressed by this study could be described as follows. In order to successfully implement the process of creating sustainable academic motivation, it is necessary to analyze the current motivation systems in order to obtain proposals for appropriate motivational measures, material, financial, time-related, developing motivational strategies of educational institutions and ensure that they provide feedback on the effectiveness motivational tools.
Sorry, Sammy, could you put the full screen?
I have not screen.
No, the full screen.
No.
Full
slideshow. Slideshow from current slide.
Now about
slideshow from current slide.
Now about
slideshow from current slide. Yeah.
It's right.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah.
And the objective of the research was to find out the motivation and challenges of teleworking employees of educational institutions during the COVID-19 pandemic, and to study and analyze which motivational tools are most effective, providing an opportunity to integrate the results of this study into motivational systems of educational institutions in the transition to remote work. Two research questions were defined. What motivational tools help employees in educational institutions to successfully adapt to remote work, and what challenges have employees in the educational institutions faced in switching to remote work during the COVID-19 pandemic. And now some words about study methodology. A survey of employees was conducted through the territory of Latvia, and there was 1,006 respondents. And from all respondents, 495 was remote working at the first wave of pandemic, and 185 was teachers. The task of respondents was to evaluate the proposed motivational tool and what challenges they had to face when working remotely, and what was the employer's support for remote work. And now about survey data analysis. You can see that for both groups, education sector, employees and other sectors, the most important motivational tool was social guarantees, paid taxes, and stable, secure work. More than ever, this has proved important during the pandemic, when there is a great deal of uncertainty regarding downtime in the labor market, and tax paid provide an opportunity to receive downtime benefits as well as other social guarantees. Analyzing this motivational tool by age groups of the educational sector employees, it was found that stable and secure work reached the maximum rating for respondents over 55 years, where social guarantees were rated the highest by the respondents under 34 years of age. The third most effective motivational tool for the education sector workers was interesting work, while other sectors ranked it in fourth place. And it is the second largest difference in the evaluation by the two groups. In the breakdown by age groups of the education sector employees, the importance of interesting work increased with the age of the respondents. Salary, which took the fourth place, was an important motivational tool for both groups of the respondents, but its effectiveness decreased slightly after the age 55. Analyzing the respondents' answer, it turned out that the main challenges in moving to telework during the pandemic were the lack of direct communication and socialization in both groups of the respondents. And the second biggest challenge in both groups of the respondents has been the unregulated work regime, when the work-life balance has disappeared. But education professionals have experienced a lesser lack of self-discipline than those working in other sectors. In all positions, the education employees were in a worse position than those working in other sectors, with the exception of training in the use of tools and softwares that had not been used before, for example, Zoom or Microsoft Teams, etc. And now, at the end, some conclusions. While the overall academic motivation needs to be systematic and sustainable, the non-traditional conditions call for focus on short-term solutions. And adoption strategy, when looking for simple tools and instruments to motivate employees, promote self-motivation and address challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarmita, for your impressive data set. Yeah, it really looks reliable and also usable for people like we are. Yeah. Thank you. The next presentation we have from Madara Prat, the use of big data and machine learning algorithms for improving employee satisfaction and prediction of attrition. Please, Madara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. I'm wondering, do you see the presentation right now? You see, you can see the presentation.
Yes, we see.
Okay.
We see.
All right. So hello, my name is Madara Prat, and Latvian Madara Prata. For those who don't know me yet, I'm PhD student in Vidzeme University, also a lecturer and research assistant. And I'm presenting an article that's for my PhD studies in social technical system modeling. And today I'm gonna show you the research that it's more like a literature review. That's to understand what's behind the motivation and satisfaction when employees use technology, and also how big data and machine learning could help to decrease employee turnover, which means having less employees leaving work when in case they use technology. So now that technology development already was affecting us a lot because we were performing our daily tasks using technology, work communication with each other. Also, we interact with each other using technology a lot. And of course, it affects university work, the way we learn and teach. And now, since last year, when the pandemic appeared, then remote work became as a big thing. So I'm doing this research for already 3-4 years. And when I started, people didn't think it's very important, although Atis Kapenieks was one of people who approved my topic and said, yes, in future it will be useful, but we never knew it's gonna be this important as it's now. Because right now, this is example, I was in conference in March in Spain. I met all people, we we presented, we discussed in real life, we hugged, we had wine, and we got COVID, most of us also, but that we didn't expect. And in few months, there was a conference in Riga, Latvia, that we all attended using Zoom. So same as we are doing right now. So the importance of this topic is more and more visible, and I'm sure we're going to discuss that in our discussions today. And so, of course, it's important to have satisfied and productive employees, but how can we do it when most of our communication, and I would say lately all of it, is technology based? And the research, as I've been researching for a while already, mostly concentrates on industries and organizations, but how technology impacts individuals, there's really lack of research. So now, of course, maybe there will be more research, and the field is expecting that, but that there's definitely a gap to show what models we could use. And the aim of this current paper that I'm presenting is to recognize which factors would affect technology-based communication. And also, I needed to discuss different prediction models that could be used to, look into and evaluate employee behavior, predict employee behavior. So first of all, there are many things that are really complicated to bring into real life, into technology from real life. And those would be, we could still have facial expressions, but not in emails, as example. And then there comes gestures, body movements. Perception of space is very important, and even perception and use of time. When we have video conference, it helps, but research shows it doesn't completely solve the situation and doesn't substitute real life communication. And also lacking this facial expressions and these nonverbal cues can cause this lack of information, and as a consequence can be misunderstanding, assumptions about somebody's character, false conclusions, and a lot more. And sorry for the quality, but here you can see the approximate model from literature, and that would be that how this choice of communication channel would affect motivation. And that's mediated by quality of work relationships and culture, because first of all, leaderships and your relationships with co-workers are really important, and the cultural context, where you're from and what's deeply rooted in your culture affects also how you perceive information, even using technology. And for motivation, I will show you, we use Herzberg's theory, and which leads to satisfaction, dissatisfaction, and at the end, it will show how willing are people to stay or leave in the company. So I'll not go through all these motivators and hygiene factors from motivation theory, but there are a lot of way more things than we would expect. And we even saw in the previous presentation, there are a lot of things that people need when they are working and they expect, and there are many factors we included in the study of algorithm. This is a really old and very highly valued theory even nowadays, and it's all being used social technical researches since 50s last century. And as a summary for literature findings, I looked into algorithms that would research employee-related problems. There are not many, but there are some, and they're some quite good examples. Most of them, they would predict, algorithm would predict if employees going to leave the company or not. And the reason why I needed to research the literature was to understand which algorithms should be researched from my side and which should be tested. And from my and also other co-author research, we decided that random forest algorithm is the best one for the problem that we have, because employee turnover wasn't the only thing. Like, we really are interested to understand motivation and satisfaction factors as well. And nobody from literature that I've seen so far have used algorithms to solve motivation problem. So, but this is kind of literature, like conclusions from the literature review. And next steps are the creation of algorithm and the system that would help for it. So, and yeah, I could talk more, but I think it's enough.
How to keep timeline? We are not very. Thank you very much, Madara, for targeting our vulnerable groups of our society with reliable data approach. It really looks some big work. Great work you are doing. Yeah, but we need time for discussion to discuss also these 21st century challenges. Yeah, as I understand, and so the next presenters, please try to keep in 5 minutes. Otherwise, we will not time for 21st century challenges. We spend it. Yeah, Oskar's Java, usage of eye tracking to explore the information search habits of target groups and the role of National Library of Latvia resources in the information portfolio. Please, Oskars.
Thank you, Atis.
The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Atis, very much for giving the floor. So, yes, as you said, I am researching like not only the role of National Library of Latvia portfolio, but also using eye tracking to do this research. And this research is smaller research in one bigger state research program where we are looking deeper into documentary heritage. And as you all know, there is no point of research if nobody reads it. So thus I was looking for a way how to figure out where to put this new knowledge, which will be generated by my colleagues from National Library of Latvia and Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences. So larger part of population could actually find this information and use. So I started with some questionnaires, and the main thing which turned out from the questionnaire was that almost 100%, like actually 100% of people of target group actually use internet search engine to look for information. Of course, library is also used frequently, library in person and remotely, digital resources. So library is very important, but 100% of society uses internet search engine, mostly Google. And another thing very important from the questionnaire is that bigger, like more than 50% of society in Latvia shares their knowledge, what they have found in some resources, share on social networks. So there are two sides of this sharing of what they have found. there is a risk because they can find this not correct information, disinformation, and spread it very fast. And there is also a chance because we should give trusted information so they could share like different type of information. So there's not only one side, but two sides, and then everybody can choose in which side they belong. And to better understand what people are doing on internet, I used eye tracking device, as you can see in this picture, where my respondent is using glasses. Those glasses has two small cameras filming their eyes. So from those stereo cameras, this tool understands where exactly person is looking, and there is one camera in the front of glasses, so I can see, as you can see in my tablet, I can see where respondent is looking, and with a red dot, it is shown exactly where she's looking, which line she is reading, and I can interact during this experiment. And the most four main conclusions is, the first one is, of course, everybody turns to Google. Almost nobody goes directly to some specific database to look for information. Everybody starts research through Google. Other thing, does Google provide close to National Library of Latvia databases to contain the information seeking for? Unfortunately, no. National Library databases are not connected to Google. They need to improve some parts, but there is one exception. Like on the question, does target groups use National Library of Latvia resources to search for information? There is one specific database which the society actually use, and even though here you can see big logo of National Library of Latvia, society doesn't associate this homepage with National Library of Latvia because it's so easy to use it. And actually this homepage is unique because it is mostly built by users, because users put pictures in here. In English, it would be Lost Latvia. So they are putting pictures of things we have lost during last decades, and they are putting metadata here themselves. And this resource actually works very well through Google. You can also find pictures. And thing number 4, are target groups able to navigate in National Library of Latvia databases? Actually, no. 1 year ago, they had 18 databases, and right now they have even more. Each database is based on some project, and they are built in different type, and they also need, like you as a user, need to work with those databases differently. They don't work all the same. And in the end, I had a question in the Slido application: are you using digital library to acquire knowledge? I don't know yet, so I will go and share my. I had to stop this, and I will go and share the results. And yes, the bigger part of people watching this this conference are usually using digital library. So that's all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Oskars. Thank you, Oskars, for your presentation. Yeah, it's some nice contribution to reliability of data. Yeah, and we still have fourth presentation, yeah, Sanita Meijere, Payment Services Directive, second strong customer authentication for e-commerce to facilitate trust in online purchases by increasing security in the transaction of leading of the growth of e-commerce. Yeah, so it looks that title is already involving a lot of knowledge what we would expect. Please, Sanita, yeah, please try to keep the timeline. Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, and introduce shortly yourself and your scientific results.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good. So yeah. About myself a little bit, I have a legal background, then MBA, and now in the final stage of getting a PhD from Riga Technical University in IT management. So more than 15 years have been working in IT industry, in global corporations, in local companies, and starting number of startups and growing and developing them, and finally landing in a company which is something like in between corporation and the startup. About this research and about this topic, so why it was started, why it felt important, and so it turns out that in the whole world, e-commerce is growing rapidly, and we somehow lag behind it. And if we never reach the e-commerce growth 5 times faster than traditional commerce, then it was an interesting moment in Latvia. In 2020 spring, when the restrictions came into force and everyone was encouraged to buy online rather due to COVID reasons go to the stores, online sales started, but as soon as in summer restrictions lowered, people got back to physical purchases, to visit physical stores. And it was interesting to see why so. And then doing the literature review, it showed that one of the most important things why people choose either one solution or another is the perception of security. And it turns out that people in Latvia just do not trust e-commerce platforms. They do not trust a lot online transactions, leaving their payment details in some online spaces. So there is this perception that it's not safe. And to some extent, maybe it is so. And then already in 2016, European Union adopted this Payment Services Directive 2, and it was planned that it will come into force 2020, but this was delayed. And this directive key requirement was that all online transactions where the physical person's money is involved and which are above 30 euros should be under the strong customer authentication, which would facilitate this payer's trust to leave their card details, leave their personal information, and basically, yes, their access to money information. And yeah, it was delayed. It came into force 2021. And still, knowing that it was once delayed, many players believed it will be again delayed. And it was the case as well in Lithuania and Estonia. They agreed that there is a grace period for payment card transactions, but in Latvia, it came into force. And when we did this first round of surveys and surveyed 50 retailers in Latvia, honestly, nobody was aware of this Payment Services Directive and strong customer authentication requirement for online payments, online transactions. But when it came to the January and you had to fulfill those obligations by law, it still turned out that they were looking for the banks who wouldn't follow these requirements of directives and choose to cooperate with the banks, which allow the payments acceptance without the strong customer authentication. And it changed very quickly. So we had a very strong opinion by our financial services supervisory body, and as well banks, thanks to cooperation in bank association. So basically banks agreed not to serve such online stores who haven't implemented strong customer authentication. So basically now in Latvia, if you want to purchase online and really pay for the goods online, Latvian stores are compliant with this requirement. Those stores who aren't compliant, you can do the orders, but then the physical payment has to be done when you collect in a physical location. So yeah, this is in brief about this research. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanita. So you have rather broad set of reliable data, yeah, yeah, we have one question from Mother, I see. Was it question from you, or should I raise the hand or not?
I said that's good research, but no question.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Thank you. We had very broad, we have 15 minutes time. Yeah. No, a little bit, yeah. And how do we see this set of data, yeah, in digital age? We have set of different data. They are more or less reliable, but is it enough to predict, to operate towards future in effective way? Yeah, I'm looking what's going on in different branches. Yeah, we trying to cancel e-health, our e-health system, which was not very reliable. And how do we see? Is it small part of data needed to understand what is going on, or we need more? We need how to wait 10 years. I just read the book Homo Deus. Yeah, it is just also translated into Latvian. Yeah, recently I saw it. I read it in English some half a year ago, and there is future of tomorrow. Yeah, I think it's good guideline for universities like ours. But how do you see where do we have the bottlenecks to transform the set of different data into efficient action? Maybe I ask all of you this question.
Maybe I can start, because this data analysis MLAA-based technologies was one of the startups which I was engaged in building. And I would say that one of the obstacles is basically legal obstacles. So thanks to GDPR, what we have in Europe, many organizations are afraid to collect data, to use them, and to make database decisions. So they basically are afraid of having visits from supervisory authorities and explaining why they do things and how they do things, because it's still a big myth or stereotypes about machine learning and artificial intelligence in a number of supervisory bodies. And one is definitely this legal obstacle. And the second is, improving. So we have the hardware and internet power in place to process large amount of data. And those organizations who use the data and make database decisions, we have seen in our practical tests that they can improve efficiency by to 50%. So it works. Just the question is really to encourage and then to help to explain or build this legal base why you do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanita. Yeah. Who else? Somebody switched off your microphone, yeah, but I think you finished, yeah. But yeah, who else have comments on these obstacles in transformation of our data sets into more efficient action? Yeah, who feel the obstacles? Maybe Mother is smiling. I see. Give the floor to Mother.
For me, as I'm quite new in the science field myself, still I'm a student, I would say I think it's just there's a large data. We have so much data. We never had this much data ever as we have now. You all know that, but in my opinion, maybe also scientific field, like scientific staff, projects, and enough scientists. That's another thing, because it takes time. It takes a lot of work and a lot of hours, and we all work a lot, but more scientists, more enthusiastic people who would do that would be another thing that's necessary, like for my opinion, because I work and I have colleagues here that are really also passionate about what they do, but we're not that many, at least what I see around. Even when I go to conferences in other countries, we are quite a narrow society compared to the amount of work we could actually do.
If I can add.
Yeah, Oscars, yeah.
Yes, if I can add, I would say that we are not doing as much as we could on opening information, which I guess is a problem. As I mentioned in my slide, one of my slides in presentation, that more than 50% of our societies, we are sharing information which we had found previously, and thus we are spreading this knowledge, and we should give opposite true reliable information, so it would be easy to find on internet, thus supporting sharing of this true information, reliable information. I guess we should concentrate on that more, because we have data, sometimes we analyze and we get some conclusions, but we don't share this information, and then society have to live like on some consumptions they made themselves because they don't have the right information. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. But the question is, if we have very good set of reliable data, is it sufficient to for high quality decisions? Yeah, I'm not sure that it is sufficient. Yeah, it's like learn the language from library, or from not library but vocabulary. If you have all the data of wording or grammar, it's not sufficient to speak the language. Yeah, and maybe the languages of tomorrow there is some dark matter. Yeah, like in astronomy. It was recently discovered dark matter and dark energy. If there is something unclear, then we say physicists, like, yeah, they say we have dark matter. Yeah, and then all the equations are working. Yeah. What about? Oh, somebody is really, yeah. And I wanted to ask Sarmite, yeah, do you have something to add? You are the champion of gathering social data, I see. Switch on the microphone. Microphone. Sarmite, switch on your microphone.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's okay.
I think there are not many scientists who can analyze big data. One part is collect big data, but other part is analyze this data and make conclusion from this data.
Yeah. It means we have opportunity to design the great project, win the €1 million and contribute. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, Kaspars had something to show us, but there are two. And how to identify reliable information? Yeah, it's something. Something is a question. What I can only comment that the society all the civilization did not get the answer on this question in 1,000 years yet, but we are very short in time to answer. I don't know. Yeah, and then the next question we have: should the society be afraid of massive amount of private data gathered, or it is bubble? Yeah. Who could comment on private data? I think who gets the feeling on this big amount of private data? Are we in danger, or it is bubble? It's bubble, or it's some fake approach that it's dangerous.
Okay, maybe I can comment on this. Just here, but I hope. So it depends. There are two situations. So from one side, if somebody wants to know something about us, in nowadays, there are so many tools to find it, and they will find the information. So from one side, let's say, advises to think what kind of footprint we leave in this digital world, and then not be ashamed of what we have left there so that others couldn't use it against us. From one side, it really can be dangerous because by using a lot of personal data and trying to filter customized offers and how to approach people, how to maybe trick them on you or use it even in social engineering aspects. For the people who are not strong on their own decisions and choices, they can be pushed to make a decision they otherwise wouldn't do. But from the other side, collection of large amount of data as well could help a lot. And then it depends what kind of industries we are speaking about. It would be helpful in financial industry. It would be extremely helpful and is extremely helpful in healthcare. So which is the first one where the large amount of personal data were gathered and used to detect rare illnesses and save people's lives. So it really depends. From one side, it is dangerous and the bubble is true. And from the other side, it has very good goals for it and then the application in real life and in practice. Thank you.
That we have designed the new vaccine to be secure against this danger of private data situation. Yes, we could speak on vaccines, yeah, and maybe it's this language. Maybe it's more easy to understand now. Yeah. So we are approaching to the end of our session. Yeah. I think I have to say thank you very much for your contribution, for your interesting presentations, which made some complementary cluster of reliable data. But on the other hand, we see that we have great way ahead, yeah, to understand, to interpret data. It's like ancient Greeks started the solid state physics, and then in 2000 years we had already some supercomputers. Yeah, now we have the same situation with data. We are like ancient Greeks. We are collecting data and thinking on great future. Yeah, thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you, Atis. So I'm feeling happy that we have initiated several questions and we have worked with pool. And just to remind us that in 10 minutes we continue with something totally different, or let's say continuous with something same. So sustainable development will be on the next discussion panel after 10 minutes. And just to put in the focus, there is a 2 parallel session as well. As previously said, there is something on remote sensing for those who following have been registered before. So just again, reminding some fancy questions coming up in Slido and in YouTube. Remember to subscribe and to write comments. See you in 10 minutes. So welcome back to sustainability session. So it's again something a bit different than before, and we have next fruitful 15 minutes in discussions. I will ask panel host Jānis Kapinieks from Riga Technical University to take charge of it, and wish you best of entertaining, good discussions and entertaining campaign.
Thank you, Kasper. Sorry, I missed to switch on my microphone. Yes. Hello, dear participants of our panel. I am glad to present myself as a host of the discussion on the topic Sustainable Development for a Secure Society. I am senior researcher in the Distance Education Study Center of Riga Technical University, and my research interest is e-learning methodology and technology from the view of pedagogical science. A little bit about procedure of our panel. At the beginning of the panel, we will give a brief introduction to our discussion. Then I will give the floor to each participant of our discussion for 5 minutes, introducing yourself and presentation on the research carried out. Questions to the participants of panel are welcome. Please also indicate to which participant the question is addressed. Then we will discuss some questions raised from the research of our panel participants. We have also sent a couple of questions to the audience, and we are looking forward for interesting answers.
Jana, just share your questions, by the way, in Slido.
Yeah, that's right. Holistic view to the sustainability is essential for our future. It is important to look to sustainability in the broadest sense from different points of view. Our discussion will be extremely transdisciplinary. It touches education, tourism, sports, and science fiction literature. And common features of our discussion is how to be sustainable. There are many examples of misuse of sustainable activities. Use of green biofuel raised unsustainable changes in the agriculture, increase of touristic activities aimed to raise positive relationship with nature, sometimes causes serious damage to environment in the areas of touristic activities. Struggle against use of diesel fuel causes increase of exhaust of carbon dioxide because consumption of the fuel is higher for gasoline engines. Use of sustainable wind generators for power supply is under discussions because of influence to the surrounding environment and to the people living nearby. It is the task of researchers to find the place of humans in the nature as a part of nature, and our discussion will show that scientists are looking for sustainable solutions in various areas of life. Our first presenter is Agita Līviņa, and now she will present her research on the state-of-the-art bibliometrics analysis in the field of teacher education and sustainability. And please do not try to keep limits of our time limits, 5 to 7 minutes. Floor is yours, Agita.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be in this panel. My name is Agita. I am representing Vidzeme University of Applied Science. I am director of the Research Institute, and at the same time, I am in charge of the UNESCO chair, Biosphere and Man. And this chair and content of our activities is directly connected with sustainable development and sustainable education. But about my colleagues, the major part of this research is done by my colleague Mahendra Reddy. He is our guest lecturer in Vidzeme University, but his permanent workplace is in India, in Hyderabad. And he's a PhD student in sustainable tourism. And his supervisor is Professor Sampada Kumar Svein, who is the co-author, and he done also a contribution in this research. And sustainable development and education for sustainable development is a very significant role in overcoming social, economic, and environmental challenges nowadays. However, it is important to know that this requires continuous efforts and commitment to practice. Education for sustainability is one of the key contributors in achieving the goal of sustainability. And several studies mentioned that sustainability curriculum and educators can play an immense role in creating awareness and practicing the concept of sustainability through curriculum, teaching, and learning. Relatively, there is no comprehensive study to typify the recent contributions of teacher education for sustainability. In this light, the aim of the study is to understand the progress of the research on teacher education for sustainability, terms of yearly publications and citations, trending research papers, productive authors, institutions and countries, and thematic areas of research. And as well as we can see that the terms are changing from decades to decades, from environmental education, education for sustainable development, education for sustainable future, or educating for sustainable future. And the next slides explains briefly methodology framework of this research. And we carried out the bibliometric analysis of publications indexed in the online Scopus database, and the database is accessed in November in last year, applying keyword search sustainability and teacher and education. Document search strategy included article title, abstract, and keywords, and results refined to access including open access and other publications till October 2020. Then for data processing, we used Microsoft Excel, viewer software, and also manual coding. And in total numbers or scale of our research, number of documents published on teacher education and sustainability over 3 decades, starting from 1990 to 2020, in total 1,782 published in these years. And if we are looking by categories, then we can see that more as 1,000 articles on this subject. Then we can see conference papers. Significant part consisted from book chapters, 177, and also review papers. Number of publications in this field in years 1991 to 2020, we can see that as per the Scopus abstract database, the very first document published on teacher education and sustainability related aspects was 1991, and there were no publications before that. From 1991 to 2000, there were only 32 publications with an average of 3 documents per year. However, the publication trend started from the year 2001, and numbers of documents published on an average from the year 2001 to 2010 were 30, with almost 300 documents. Subsequently, the trend is continued exponentially from 2010 to 2020. And during this time, each year there were maximum 81 documents to maximum 247 documents, with an average of 145 documents per year. And it fits together with the public policy documents, which are highlighting significance of sustainable development and education for sustainable development. And I would like to highlight the top journals of publications. At first, we can see Sustainability Journal, Environmental Education Research, and on the third place, we can see Journal of Teacher Education for Sustainability. Do you know who is the publisher of this journal? I am sure that some of you know that this is by Daugavpils University, and I am very proud with these results that we are on the top 3 journals who are publishing on sustainability and education. Then the next slide shows most productive institutes, universities, and it's dominated by Australia universities, but also on place 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can see again Daugavpils University. If we are looking according to the numbers, then Daugavpils University is in 4th place by the number of publications. Okay, the time is running, but about the main keywords, we found more as 4,000 keywords for education for sustainability and teachers and sustainability. And from these 4,000 different keywords, we selected 174 keywords, which was mentioned at least 5 times in all these publications. And of course, we can pick sustainability, education for sustainable development, teacher education, but at the same time, we can see different levels of education, starting from the kindergarten, still lifelong learning, that it's very significant to speak about speak about the education for sustainable development and how to teach at different levels of education. And finally, I would like to conclude with this quote from 2006, that the concept of education for sustainable development is broadly accepted, but it's still less attention has been paid to the extent to which innovations or changes are sustained over time, what characteristics of factors factors support their sustainability. And I think that in next research we can focus on these issues on innovations and changes in a longer time period, what are successful about the different kind of innovations. It's briefly, and I would like to say thank you for listening and thank you for my team. Thanks.
Thank you, Agita. I am glad to hear that we are on the top in the sustainable education. And actually, I am very confident that sustainable education is going hand to hand with development of personality of individual. But now we are going to the next presentation. It's about tourism, and tourism is a controversial thing. On one hand, it is business, causing major ecological pressure on the planet. On the other hand, it is a powerful tool for ecological upbringing. Sustainability aspects of tourism are studied by authors of the next presentation, and presenter is Mr. Sanis Bosipoina-Golla. Welcome, and floor is yours, Sanis.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sunit. Again, I'm from National Institute of Tourism Management from Hyderabad. Unfortunately, we are still working on this study. We are looking forward to, work more on this study because we haven't reached our targeted sample. So I'll just briefly explain, give you an background idea of our study. So this study is all about, exploring the tourism curriculum in India, whether do they have sustainability components in the curriculum. Because, the growing importance of the integration of sustainability in tourism academia has led to various, pedagogical debates to inculcate the concept of sustainability, and its practical implication in the student thinking and their decision-making abilities. So after a thorough literature review, we could able to understand that many of the researchers has tried to focus on, understanding the role of sustainability in developing the destination with the less negative impacts, and the role of sustainability in helping the local communities in terms of livelihoods, and in the role of sustainability in terms of developing the ecosystems with a positive output in destinations. But there is a huge gap in terms of researching on whether the sustainability is properly incorporated in the curriculum of the tourism courses. I don't know about other countries, but as per our study, as we are focusing on India, we have almost all 200 institutes and universities that they teach tourism in India. And from the first stage of our result analysis, we could tell you that there are very few universities that they have incorporated sustainability components in the curriculum or the syllabus. So the problem is like the tourism leaders or the destination managers that they're working in the industry are ultimately coming from the classrooms of these universities and institutes that they study these syllabus and the courses of the curriculum. So if the universities does not include the sustainability components in this, in the curriculum, ultimately again it is going to be, it is going to impact the overall industry at the end of the day, because it is the students that are going to work in the industry. If they don't have any practical knowledge or theoretical knowledge on the sustainability components or the concepts, I don't think they are not going to lead the industry in a sustainable manner. That is why we have, wanted to work on this paper and come up with possible solutions with the framework to suggest the universities and institutes to incorporate sustainability components in the curriculum. And one other issue that we have identified is whenever we speak about sustainability, especially in tourism industry, majority of the researchers or majority of the institutes, they only focus on the environmental aspects of of the sustainability. We don't find many of the we don't find any other concepts has been addressed in the curriculum. Like, for example, you have the carrying capacity, you have the sustainability aspects of the economics, then you have the sustainability aspects of the cultural issues. You don't find them addressed through the curriculum, but a majority of the courses are addressed in terms of the environmental aspects through ecotourism and nature tourism. So yeah, as I said, we are still working on this study. Hopefully we'll conclude this study in the coming days, and we are looking forward to also publish this study in the journal that has been partnered with this conference. As Professor Agita mentioned, the Journal of Teacher Education for Sustainability, which is also the partner publisher for this conference. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And now we are slightly moving to the next topic. And it's about developing an environmental impact assessment methodology for disc golf courses. Environmental aspects of outdoor recreational activities are in the field of interest of Marika Kose and Tatiana Kor, our Estonian colleagues. And they elaborated methodology for assessing the environmental impact of these golf courses. Marika and Tatiana, who is presenter, or both?
No, me. Tatiana
Okay.
will present.
Okay, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So, just a moment. So, hello everyone. My name is Tatiana Kor, and on behalf of Marika Kose, Kristin Maria Tappo, and Kandela Õun, I will present shortly our research and research results, developing an environmental impact assessment methodology for disc golf courses. So you all know that demand for outdoor recreational activities in the nature environment is rising. And COVID-19 pandemic has increased the need for outdoor activities even more, including novel recreational activities as a disc golf. The increase in the demand and supply for outdoor recreational activities has also a negative environmental impact. And nowadays, we also see more and more social negative impact. So to avoid problems, it is important to pay more attention to the sustainability for recreational activities by increasing awareness of the sustainable development, this golf player profile and their behavior, social and ecological impact of the activities, destination carrying capacity, and also potential solutions. The environmental impact of this golf has been previously studied and assessed, but mainly in America. However, there is a lack of methodology for measuring the impact of novel recreational activities involving specific devices such as disc golf, which take under consideration the specifics of the place. And therefore, the aim of the research was to elaborate the methodology for assessing the environmental impact of the disc golf courses and find existing environmental problems in Estonia. Based on the analysis of several recreational ecological studies and methodologies, we developed the environmental impact assessment methodology for areas. You can also see it here in the slide as figure 1. We tested it on 4 disc golf courses in Pärnu County in Estonia. And the aim of the testing was to examine the eligibility of the methodology. Testing results indicated several problems with vegetation, soil, and trees. However, based on the testing results, there was no problem with garbage. Based on the testing results, the development methodology can be used to measure soil degradation and vegetation loss, damage to tree trunks, and litter on the disc golf courses in Estonia, but also in the neighbor countries. With a small configuration, it could be also used elsewhere. The methodology could be used in several ways. So first of all, it could be used as in courses related to environment and nature protection or trainings. And for example, during field work. And Marika will use that methodology and worksheet also during her one course during this spring. And we hope that this makes studies more practical and also encourage students to be more active learners. Additionally, it is crucial nowadays that, for example, different students from different disciplines and also different stakeholders have a wider scope of sustainable approach and scopes. So our testing revealed that the methodology with a short introduction is easy to understand and use even by students who do not have previous skills or knowledge related to environmental studies. So therefore, the methodology could be used in tourism destination, recreation, or nature-based studies as a materials, for example. That will help to raise students' awareness and about, for example, ecological carrying capacity and see different examples about environmental impact. And also it is also for providing knowledge because students, for example, from tourism studies, they will be services and product providers and also destination managers. And this methodology, use of this methodology can help them in the future develop services and destinations in a more sustainable way. And third way to use that methodology is by service providers and destination managers on spot. So basically they can use this methodology to easily easily assess the condition of these golf courses. And based on the results, they can take proactive measures to minimize the negative impact of recreational activities. That can also lead to recognition, for example, about social problems in these golf areas, but we do not, because we do not especially study social impacts. So it could be the next studies how to find the problems with, related to, for example, recreational activities and the social carrying capacity. So it could be the next studies. And a little bit information about authors. I will not speak a lot about that, but we almost all of us are teachers in universities, and we have different backgrounds. Who have a background with tourism and destination development. Others have more skills and knowledge about nature protection and nature studies, and of course those who help to deal with numbers and statistics. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. And I don't know, do we have some time, but maybe afterwards I can and Marika can answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Yes, soon we will have the possibility to answer the questions. And I'm sorry that our fourth presentation on a very exciting topic. It was about technology and science fiction and the centering of human autonomy by analyzed from science fiction aspects. Yes, from Romi Tuli. But sorry, she catched COVID-19, and I hope she will be well soon. But I will use my host benefits and shortly explain about my research on the spaced e-learning online solutions for sustainable education. The current moment is challenging us with moving from classrooms to fully online learning. E-learning environments mostly are very useful for instruction. COVID-19 raises the question how to make e-learning environment effective for more pedagogical, sustainable education. Our spaced e-learning research is one of the one of possibilities how to implement neuroscience, pedagogical and psychological findings in the e-learning. I will shortly explain what is spaced learning. Then I will tell about the implementation of prototype of spaced e-learning environment. Then the first prototype gives us a possibility to identify the basic principles for creating personalized spaced e-learning information system. Transdisciplinary neuroscience and educational research show effectiveness of the spaced learning method. And that's why the goal of our research is to find pedagogical and technological solution for e-learning environment, aiming sustainable learning. Steve's bullish chart shows what we all know. As more we repeat, as more we remember. Our knowledge and long-time retention is increasing with number of repetitions. Neuroscience and case studies shows that short spaces between repetitions, not a day like is on the diagram, but if we are taking repetitions with spaces about 10 to 15 minutes, is effective as well. And Gail Fernandez illustrates differences between normal learning practice and spaced learning practice. On one hand, normal learning requires less time from us for learning. On the other hand, spaced learning provides longer retention of knowledge in our memory. What is our aim when we are learning? Part of spaced computer-based learning session is how we say spaced e-learning is illustrated on the screen. It consists of several repetitions of the material with short breaks between them. Designing a spaced e-learning with personalized spaces for each learner is challenging, and it is objective of our research. When we are repeating content several times, it will be in different forms. We use different authoring tools. We use real life simulations or examples, and we use different provoking questions. Content of spaces must be personalized and disconnect the learner's brain from learning content. Personalization of the spaced e-learning in accordance with the learner's interests is a starting point for the creation of active curiosity to holistic comprehension and the desire for deeper knowledge. Such considerations are taken into account when we design the spaced e-learning environment. And this approach was implemented in 2 EDX courses and Moodle business course for students, and validation data collected from surveys, assessments, and log files. Data analysis showed that students' created content of spaces is more engaging as lecturers created content. And content, that data set is illustrated on the screen. And one of tricky questions asked the students was, did it happen that you stopped learning after the space? And most of students, as you see, said that sometimes it happens, but not always. And finally, main stages for spaced e-learning personalization was determined, and stages was identification of learners' interests, creation of engaging materials prepared by learner in accordance with their interests and adding metadata to them, materials, and delivery of personalized content of spaces in accordance with learners' interests. And finally, we designed architecture and created the information system for spaced e-learning. And architecture consists of 2 parts. On the left side is data set of students' profiles and data set of spaces contents. And it is organized in Google Drive environment. On the right side is Spaces content personalization tool in Moodle e-learning environment. And after implementation of the prototype in the real courses, we concluded that spaced e-learning is an opportunity to apply the e-learning environment for personal development based on the interests of the learner. And currently it is published in the Journal of Teacher Education for Sustainability. What we, as we hear from the previous presentations, it is on the top research of the sustainable education.
Maybe Jans, I will switch for questions currently coming in area. Okay.
Okay, and now we're going to the questions, and you'll see questions on the screen. And as I understand, the first question, its effect on tourism, what could be concluded from 2020. I think this is question for Tatiana. Specialist, your research is very close to tourism, and of course for other participants of our panel as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I work as a lecturer in tourism management. So basically, yes, this is good questions. So what we can learn, maybe flexibility. Flexibility is very important, and also ecosystem. Actually, it's about sustainability, but about sustainability in a different way. Basically, we speak about we can speak about sustainability as about chair with the 3 legs. First leg is environment, then it's human, and then it's economy. So basically, if one of those legs are missing or damaged, then it's a problem, because it's very inconvenient to sit on that chair, and also we can't do it for a longer period. So basically, I think 2020 has taught to us a lot about this different connection between different economies, and also nature, human, and everything is very related. And of course, we can't live anymore as we lived before, because we have like nowadays 2 types of visitors: those who are willing traveling no matter of what. So it's not for them as pandemic, it's not a problem, it's not some issue why they stop to travel, they're just waiting when they can go abroad. But there is a lot of those who will choose very carefully what kind of services, places, and businesses they will use. And of course, local economy will win, as well as nature-based areas and rural tourism, for example, at least for next several years.
Thank you. And please, Sanisya, this of course is your topic as well.
Yeah, sure. So what we can...
It is about India.
Yeah. So what we can... Yeah, in my opinion, what we can learn from this, the ongoing pandemic of the 2020 is the first thing that we have to understand is tourism is very sensitive in terms of, getting affected from these pandemics and these other activities such as terrorism, such as wars. Of course, it helps the countries to develop their economy, to generate employment and all. But at the same time, it is also very sensitive that even a small issue can actually damage the whole image of the particular destination. So what we can learn from this crisis is that all these researchers and all the destination management organizations are trying to focus on how they can be sustainable in terms of managing the destination. But I think this is the eye-opener for every DMO and for every government and for every researcher to focus on understanding the resilient aspect. So if you can adapt resilient strategies to your destinations, and if you can adapt or if you can incorporate resilience, planning to your development stage. It might help you in future to have a minimal, effect on whatever cause or crisis is getting affected in the particular destination of that particular community. So that is what I feel. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I would like to add some short my thinking about this, what we can learn. And at first, I would like to say that there are some positive things during this pandemic. From environmental and sustainability point of view, for example, we save a lot of emissions of the carbon because we traveled around our domestic places. We had a very high reduction of overseas flights. And another positive aspect that in general, our people, society in Latvia, at least I can say that people are more active going for walking, hiking, for cycling, for boating during the summer. And it was very high increase of such active leisure and active tourism services in countryside. And it was raised another question, capacity of nature and nature infrastructure about the trails and another infrastructure. But of course, there are also negative aspects, particularly for hotels and resorts, which are located in cities. And it was from an economical point of view, of course, huge losses for this part of the industry. But domestic tourism, small tourism companies in countryside were very satisfied with last season.
Thank you. Actually, what I see is that many people who before the pandemic was sat at home and watching TV now become keen tourists and going in the nature. Do you would you agree something, Marika?
Yes, I would like to agree with Agita's statement about people visiting their neighborhood and their own country and visiting, being more active and doing more recreational activities in nature. And last year it was published very well, one article from the managers of European Union national parks authorities, and also Estonia participated, and it was brought out that during pandemics there was a big increase in visiting national parks in EU when the lockdowns were lifted, but it was about 20% of people visiting these nature areas were new or first time there, and there were lots of violations and misbehavior because of that people used to go to free destinations or wherever they were suddenly in nature and they didn't know how to behave or what to expect, and there was a lot of violations and a lot of expenses accompanying this massive visitation. The number in Estonia was that 20% more visited than usually, and season was much longer. And also there was about 17% of these visitors that were first time in nature, in these nature trails or natural areas. And that's a big challenge, and our forest agency really had a busy time to publish and promote these materials for people, how to behave, how to be in nature, how to park, what is the waste management, the toilet issues, and walking the dogs or making fires or whatever. So this basic knowledge is missing, and that's why we also need with this sustainable education thing. As you see, when people are first time in nature, even grown-ups, there are problems. So this is an education gap.
Kaspars is looking to us. We are very short in time. And could we answer the next question? Tatiana. The second question is especially for Tatiana. Could you answer?
Maybe I will give floor to Marika. All right.
So I have some connection problems. I hope you hear my answer. And I think that we are just now working with this, all this environmental or these recreational activities in all environments. And yesterday I had a class with students using the same methodology. And we tried to measure as much as possible all this footprint of all kind of recreational activities, from drone flying to paraplans to kite surfing and bikers and whatever. And then we really try to give recommendations and maybe elaborate these codes of conduct for all kind of these activities, how to be in environment, and really not banning or highlighting something somewhere, and not trying to make regulations in nature conservation law firsthand. But we really would like to raise this awareness through this work. And what I would say is that we are going to monitor, for example, one bicycle marathon, and all the others in Estonia who have heard, some of them already have asked, would you come to our marathon as well? We would also like to have this footprint measured and to know what would the improvements be or how to be on the safe side. So if you push the right button, you can get this awareness, but you have to know how with different stakeholder groups.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I think we can discuss this question for a long time because it's very important for everybody. Thanks a lot for so interesting discussion. And now we have coffee break.
Yes, indeed. We have a 10 minutes break, or actually less than 10 minutes. It's only 7 minutes to break. And we're coming back. We already started discussion on COVID area. So this kind of very nicely develops in our last session regarding the heritage and the COVID in coming COVID era. So join us back in 8 minutes, and thank you for fruitful discussions. 3 seconds. So welcome back. Welcome back to our last panel session. I think we have already heated up during the day, and the COVID was one of the questions previously from educational point of view. So now we're having a discussion on COVID and heritage. So welcome to the last panel, and it will be hosted by Gati Skroviņš. So Gati, this is time for your show.
Okay. Dear all, I'm back, but now I'm moderator of excellent panel, because I believe panel will be excellent because our members of panel are really excellent. And I will very shortly introduce all members of panel. I will start with Vaiba Rīvža, professor at Latvian University of Life Science and Technologies, generally Secretary General at the Latvian Academy of Science, former Minister of Education and Science. To be honest, Vaiba was the first impulse for me why I became rector of Vidzeme University. Because 7 years ago, Vaiba called me and told that here in this university is position of a historian. But I noticed then that in this announcement is a rector selection. And so it's not only my fault, but it's Vaiba partly responsible for this situation, what we did in Vidzeme University's last 7 years. So really interesting story.
I'm very proud about it.
Okay, yeah, Vaiba, yeah, happy to see you, yeah. But so after, second panelist, Daina Blējere, leading researcher at Institute of Latvian History of the University of Latvia. So excellent historian, and by the way, opponent of defending of my doctoral thesis 12 years ago. And scientific reviewer of our last book, Founders and Renewers of Republic Latvia. And dear Daina, I remember about delivery of printed version of the book, but of course, COVID, yeah, but we will manage that. Okay, Agnese Davidsone, associate professor and leading researcher at Vidzeme University of Applied Science and Dean of Faculty for Society and Science. Agnese is an amazing person, and with 100 of such personalities, I'm sure we quickly jumped in the top 100 of any ratings of universities. And at least Māris Anģēns, assistant professor at Rīgas Tradiņš University, and we are already working together in several projects. Yeah, Māris is key person in cooperation between institutions, Vidzeme University and Rīgas Tradiņš University. But okay, I will start with 2-3 slides about our state research program, and after panelists will continue. Okay, I will share my screen. So about this. Okay, so we are members of State Research Program, Latvia Heritage and Future Challenge for Country Sustainability. And we will speak today, of course, not only of our 3-year project, but about this research situation in COVID-19 era. And aim for program, if we speak, so program started in December of 2018, and this is already last year of this state research program. So it was decided to develop this program because of development of our society. Yeah, some important issues for this cohesion, yeah, inclusive growth of Latvian society. And of course, it's we can call this like applied research program, because our responsibility is to define a different actions model, yeah, for strengthening education, responsible society, and of course promoting sustainable and cohesive development of Latvian society and state. In this program are 5 projects, and we're representing now 3 projects. And if you look to keywords of all names of 5 projects, so all of us, we're speaking about society. We're speaking of society, about values in society, about about developments and sustainable development. So it's a really interesting program. Of course, we have some challenges because of this COVID situation, but already we have really interesting results. Yeah, already a lot of interesting things. Yeah, we had this conference in last October, so already are published books, some excellent different other publications in different scientific journals, documentaries, and collection of data. So we already did great job. But of course, this last year will be like a finish. And of course, we're working hard, yeah, for this last year, but because of this COVID situation, how much I know, some of projects will continue in next year. So of course, it's very good that it's allowed, because not all kind of data you can collect in this situation. So, but this was really very short introduction, what we did and who we are. But now I will be happy to give floor for Baiba Rīvža for this presentation. Please, Baiba. And please, microphone.
Oh, you can see that? Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, good. There is a project. We also are part of this national research program in Latvian heritage and future challenges. And our project, it's project number 3. This is Interframe, and this is Interframe, and we are dealing with the risks what are from coming to Latvia and how we can solve these risks. And I want to start with the Latvian state society intelligent sustainable development, and it depends on these points we are doing in our national research project. This is global security, then population aging, climate change, and digitalization. But it's very important in this period, in the COVID period, we are working a lot with this part, and radicalization of the society and geographical stratification. And that means that we can say that we are dealing with economical, natural environment, social environment, and in the center is population of the people. People are the main force for the development. And the essence of our project is to assess the impact of global developments on the sustainable Latvian economic and social model, to develop closer cooperation with our social partners and also scientists, and of course also help young scientists to develop their PhD thesis. These are our main goals, and we are doing and dealing all these years with this. And I can say that we are a multi-institutional project, because we have as largest universities as Latvian University, Stradiņu University, our Jelgava Life Science and Technologies University, Liepāja, but also Vidzemes Augstskola, and I'm very happy that today we have also a conference and they have their own project too. But the members of this higher education institution, this Vidzeme Augstskola, are partners, are members also in our project. And here in Latgal, this is Rezekne Technology Academy, and in the Kurzeme, in this region, this is Ventspils Augstskola, and also Liepāja University. That means that we the project cover all regions of Latvia. It's not only about the Latvia as state development, but also about the regional development, problems and also success. And as I told that we worked a lot with this last period with the digitalization, as the digitalization in this pandemic period is so important for us, and we are all working all online, and also it's necessary institutions, commercial institutions try to change their work. And we put a lot of analysis of different index, and also DESI index. And we see that if we compare with the European level, that Baltic countries are rather good, in good position. We are up to the EU level, but Latvia, unfortunately, are on third place. Estonians, they are very good. They are the pioneers among our three countries. And this index, they consist from 5 big parts, and one very important part is connectivity. And here we are on the first place. That means that we have environment, we have possibilities. We are in very good position. We see that we are these among 4 the best countries here. And Estonians are on the European level, average level, but Latvia is in very good conditions. But it's pity that we are not using enough these possibilities what we have from the environment, and we work a lot about why it is so and how we can help and to develop e-commerce. We are rather good in tools using in the management and also state management, but there you see that the results with the e-commerce are very poor, very poor. And that means that we worked a lot with the use of e-commerce, how to do, what to do, how to help. And then that's we put here this, as I have short time, the main points. That one linked with the internet broadcast project, because unfortunately this questionnaires and what we did shows that yes, the situation is very good in general, really, but there are some municipalities where the problem is this infrastructure development, and this broadband project will help a lot. And then it's very good if in next promoting period, programming period of the EU financial instruments, there will be financial instruments as small grants for digital transformation projects of companies, because smaller companies, they say that we are busy with production, we are busy with all these things, we have no time for these social networks, we have no time for this, how to change the deliveries of our products. And then it's very important if we have such possibility that there will be some also mentoring and also some possibilities to do it, also some money for it. And then that is very important. Then this training, that's long life education, it's also very good. And also this this education institutions, as our universities and our regional universities, schools, it's very important to develop these IT programs and support them about these digital transformation specialists. These are very important. This is very important. And that's also, it's good if we more tell about success stories of Latvian entrepreneurs. We have very good results, and we see how the restaurants change, how they deliver their meals that you can book the branch and different ways to do. And also entrepreneurs, a lot of them, there are many success stories who maybe can help to the others who are not so good in it. And I also hope that in 2021 the index will be higher for Latvia as it is, and this and this moment. For this, we also made 5 forums that we discussed with the entrepreneurs and also municipality leaders and in the universities. And we are also in Vidzeme, also in Vidzeme Out School, and also our rector had the speech, Gatis Krūmiņš had the speech on this forum. And we did it also in all regions to tell how important these digital tools are, as for the business, as for the education. And I'm very happy that we also have 3 PhD applicants who worked with this, especially Ina Gudele, worked with analysis of e-commerce. That's just in this point. And Natalia Kostikova, she is working about the blockchain technology, what is very important for the paper circulation economy, and Borenko, how to use these digital tools for the people with the disabilities in Latvia. That they are finishing, and this result is also a result of our project. And now we are working with the book. That's in English about our project results. Here are our theme, you see. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and we understand that this is really our challenge. And if a year ago, somehow it was possible to decide we will load digital technologies or no, but in this year already we cannot ignore. So everyone from us, we just must use them. Yeah, it's not, we cannot decide I love or not. So it's totally another situation. Thank you very much, Baiba. So Daina Blair, please, floor is yours. Your 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the state research program. Gatis Krūmiņš already presented here interaction between the individual, the society, and the state in process of the history of Latvia, conflicting values, information of shared values during historical turning points, led by the Institute of History of Latvia of the Latvian University. In this program, I'm coordinating the working group Social Control Mechanisms, Individual, Society, and State Relations. In the first phase of the state research program, the working group consisted of 10 researchers with PhD degree and 2 PhD students. Research themes of the working group could be divided into 4 thematic groups. First, development of Latvian society in the 19th century and early 20th century. Second, Latvia as a partner in the European and United States political security system in the early 1920s. Third, research topics related to World War II and the first post-war years. Fourth, the efforts of totalitarian regimes to shape the beliefs and behavior of individuals and society. In summary, it can be said that the study of the working group is doing good progress despite the pandemics, and it was proved by the reports at the section of the Latvian University Conference on 26 February this year. In October, our research program is intending to present its results of its final results of its studies. My personal studies are part of the 4th thematic group and relate to use as an object and instrument of social and political control of the Soviet power, particularly in the 70s and early 80s. In Soviet Latvia, use was given a great attention as a parenting object and as a potential reservoir for replenishing of the ranks of the party's nomenclatura, the KGB, and other ruling institutions. I believe that the 70s and the beginning of 80s are so far an underexplored phase in which the preconditions have been established which led to the collapse of the Soviet system and to the establishment of Latvia's independence. In this period, 2 important processes took place. First, a generational shift. People born after the second half of the 50s entered into political and cultural life.
They did not have a direct experience of Stalinist mass repression, and they were less restrained in their behavior and thinking in comparison with previous generations who had such experience. And second, the ideologues of Soviet Latvia were increasingly aware that the tactics used earlier to try to foster Soviet values in use by banning certain Western musical styles, dancing, dressing styles, are counterproductive. In the 70s, new generation of Komsomol functionaries and at least part of the Latvian Communist Party leadership sought to pursue a new approach in which direct repression and controls were combined with adaptation and integration of certain elements of Western youth culture into the state-controlled system. At the same time, the manifestations of youth culture which were not ideologically acceptable, such as hippies, punk, hard rock, etc., were combated sharply, including those through the KGB. How some words should be said about historical research in the COVID era, and I have some general conclusions from my personal experience. First, the COVID epidemic has a significant impact on research. There is positive side, and this positive side is probably that we benefit from the acquisition of video conferencing skills, from digital technologies, and so on. But perhaps, and I suppose we would benefit from those skills after end of epidemics also, and we could have new forms of contacts and conferencing and so on. But on the other hand, I think that this is probably the only one positive side of the situation. There are many more downsides. First, it is limited, very limited access to archives and libraries. Of course, these burdens are felt in different degrees depending on the research problem. And the second shortcoming is shortage of personal contacts with colleagues. We are social creatures, and to stimulate our great selves, we have to meet people personally and to exchange opinions. Facebook, Zoom conferences, etc. are not enough. Even more negative impact this situation has on international cooperation. On-site conferences do not take place. There is no direct communication with colleagues abroad. Emails and video conferencing only partially fills this vacuum. And exchange of ideas is not so active as it was before the pandemic. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you, Diana. I totally agree with you. So there are, of course, some pluses, yeah. And this digital libraries, this periodic is open for all decades, yeah, from 20th century. But of course, we must change, unfortunately, our plans about visiting other countries. Yeah. Now we should start a project in Baltic Research Program, and we have plans to visit Lithuanian and Estonian archives. But how we will manage that? Yeah, it will be really a very big challenge. Thank you very much. And how much I know from my colleagues. So your presentation about discotheques in 70s, 80s, it was like a boom, yeah, in this environment of historians of Latvia. Okay, thank you very much. So Agnes, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I will share my presentation as well. Yeah, I hope you see it now. And I will somehow continue what Diana Blair already started, because I want to devote my presentation specifically to how we as researchers cope with the pandemic challenges, basically. And I will also explain the reasons why I chose to direct my presentation in this way. So first of all, I want to say a couple of words about the project which I am involved in together with a rector, with our moderator of this panel, and several other people participating here today. So it's this project. I don't remember exactly. Probably it was number 6, but maybe I'm mistaken. But anyway, the title of it is Values in Action, a promotion of responsible, secure, and educated civil society in Latvia through research and model development. And along these lines, we are working in several work packages and carrying out research by employing various research methods and also asking different research questions. This is one of the projects where is the biggest number of research questions basically asked that I have been participating so far. So actually we are producing lots of really good results, and this is the final year of implementing this project, and one by one our results are also published and disseminated. And we have a project partner, Riga Stradiņš University, and probably Māris Anģēns will tell a little bit more about the work they are doing in their work package, and so we will hear more about this. But just to give you some impression, so how I would say complex is the project. Here is the picture that we prepared when we were preparing the project application. And you can see that there are 4 distinct working packages with very specific research interests and research directions. And I didn't have that much courage to present all of the project today only on my own, because I am working in one of these work packages, and this is work package number 3, where we are basically working with such concepts as civic participation, media literacy, and related concepts such as news media literacy, such as promotion of media literacy that is carried out by different social agents, let's call them so, and specifically libraries. Then we are trying to conceptualize this concept of civic participation and trying to understand, so what are these new forms that are developing currently related to the use of digital technologies. And related themes here is also political advertising literacy that we are researching, and several other aspects. So quite an extensive work of researchers, including also students. As Baiba mentioned, that one of the aims of this project is also to strengthen the research capacity of students. So this is what we are doing also in our project. But since it is quite a late hour now, and probably we all are rather tired, it's also a Friday, and I found it interesting, maybe, and I hope you will agree with me that during these COVID times we have not much spoken about ourselves. That at some moments it feels that we are trying to deal with the new situation as trying to find normality in what is happening to us, not really acknowledging that this is quite new situation and quite new context in which we as researchers are working. And by no means this is not part of this Values in Action project, but still it was interesting for me to ask this question to my colleagues at our research institute. So how the life of researchers has changed during these times of pandemic. And so somehow resonating with what Diana Blair already told. So I have split these answers in 2 parts, and as a kind of typical Latvian, let me start with the struggles, or let's say problems. So what I noticed in these responses that I got from my colleagues at the Institute, I gathered them under such like three broader themes. First of all, this problematic access to data and possibilities to collect data. And here the answers was that actually for some people, for some researchers, the access has been lost or has become rather limited to important data sources. There are not enough digitalized materials, and there are also problems if you are working with such methods as monitoring or observations, that actually these are not possible to carry out anymore. So probably important parts of the research cannot be implemented due to the fact that actually there is no activity, organizations are not working, there's nothing to observe or monitor. Those who are working with qualitative methods, and including myself, we face the problem that this remotely carried out interviews are less informative than they are in person. So we don't gather all those little tiny details that we usually would notice when speaking with the research participant in person. And one quotation that I wanted to include is that this added value of the interview actually is lost. So it's rather serious issue. I think we should keep in mind. And also platform exhaustion, that people are so tired from spending so much time on various digital platforms that speaking 1 more hour with the researcher again in another platform is not very welcomed idea pretty often. And then another aspect that I noticed is that this COVID period has somehow absorbed us so much that it's very difficult to recall how was life before. For people being interviewed, that it's very difficult to remember actually how was this or that thing before the pandemic started. So that another. These 4 important sub-aspects to the data collection. Then this communication and socialization networking. So here I can totally agree with Dina Blair, who said that as for social beings, we need these informal discussions, and we need this little tiny, sudden, spontaneous sharing of ideas, and this is totally lost. That one of my colleagues, he responded that Zoom killed these spontaneous discussions with such a strong phrase, basically describing the current situation. That I see here pretty big risks that this development of new projects, expanding our networks, making new connections. So this is rather threatened area, but it's very important for us as researchers. And currently it's, let's say, kind of on some hold or something, waiting for the situation to normalize. And then work conditions and this physical and temporary space as well. So here I could add one more word, that this collapse basically between home and work life, that is very difficult now to understand, that when you are a mom or a dad or a family member, and when you are working, and how to keep these 2 parts of your life still separate, or give up and let them collapse together. So, and then the positive aspects. Again, 3 distinct themes that I found.
1 minute.
Yeah, just this is my last slide. So that for several of my colleagues, so this time aspect actually turned out to be something that we have gained, something that has kind of become more accessible, let's say, that we save time, as you can see, in this daily commuting, and also by not traveling. Access, as some of you already mentioned, that these digital collections, these digital sources, institutions improve their offer and expand it. And also for some researchers, the answer was that their own digital literacy skills have been improved, so that this COVID period has also had some positive consequences on how they work with different platforms, different tools. And the quality of life, maybe this is something we also, I don't know, can think and reflect a little bit, since it's Friday evening already. So that how COVID has changed the way how we organize our life. Some people have moved to countryside, has got more time outdoors, and also, yeah, this time that we have not spent on traveling to sometimes a very formal meetings. So that's from my side all for the moment. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Agnes. So yeah, we're really not only scientists, machines, but we're human beings too. And we feel ourselves how we feel. Yeah, and yeah, from my side, of course, canceling of already 5 scientific conferences in 3 different continents. Prepared surprise for us, because he will speak to a very interesting topic. Yes, please, Maris, floor is yours.
Thank you, Gatis. I'm ready to move on to my topic. And in my presentation, in these brief 5 minutes, I'll try to interconnect 2 issues, the keyword from the conference, security and COVID. And I will speak about the coronavirus pandemic and the national security. So only 3 slides, and let me start with this. So when we speak about and think about the national security, usually we think about the military issues and things that are related to that. Is it cyber or terrorist attacks or intelligence missions by other foreign powers, so on and on. And quite often we have forgotten that the concept is much broader, in fact, than the military security only, and things that are related to that. And this is not a new discussion. As you see from one of the most best-known in political science authors, Buzan and his colleagues, so some 3-4 decades ago already, the security concept was conceptualized in a broader context. But of course, he was not the first one. And he offered to look at things in the military, environmental, societal, political, and economic sector. And also, as the Latvian current national security concept exemplifies, so the vision of Latvia has been much broader than, say, military security. So it included not only military intelligence issues, also cyber, internal, so to say, discrepancies and risks, information space security, economic risks, and also terrorism risks. So these are the priority lines for Latvia. But at the same time, as we have seen, both all the new threats still continue to take us by surprise. So quite often the things that we live through has happened already times before, and here we come to COVID. And in many ways, this is something that has happened already before. There have been other pandemics previously. Of course, the globe was not so globalized as it is now. And we should also not forget the SARS-CoV-1 some 2 decades ago. So should have the world been more globalized, who knows how things would have gone at that point. And if we look at the COVID pandemic in the context of national security, we should also draw some broader lessons. We shouldn't speak about the speak and think and elaborate on the epidemiological security and the economic risks and other things that have been exemplified by this. But also as a test case for military defense, because should something happen in the physical space, I mean, military issues here or elsewhere, it's quite clear that the procedures might be quite similar. Take the interaction and communication between the state and society. So should an external military assault happen, so how the society would react, so how many members of the society would comply with the advice and also with the curfews of the state. So we can think about Latvia, not only about Latvia. Third point is CBRN. CBRN stands for the chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear issues. And if in the future, should we live through times of biological warfare or terrorism, so how ready is the state? And again, this is not only about Latvia. This is also the truth for many other countries, and we should be ready for that. And last but not least, also the performance of the critical infrastructure. And also here in the previous presentation, Agnes mentioned the internet speed. So this is also something that might go wrong if things are very wrong, so to say. So we should look at the situation in a much broader context, and this is my point here. And it's quite clear that also some countries which might be considered as adversaries for Latvia not only are closely following the capabilities and actions of the institutions of society here as a test case, and so should we. Last but not least, well, I think I already mentioned that the proverb that everything new is well forgotten old. And we often talk here in Latvia not only about the short memory of people. So when a new election comes, so people tend to forget whom and why they voted beforehand. And this is also quite the same about the security. Because yes, there are new threats, but also many old ones are coming back on the top of the national security agenda. There's been much talk in the recent decades about the cyber issues, about the risks that the cyberspace pertains, energy security, information space security, terrorism. It's quite clear they are no new anymore. At the same time, we shouldn't forget about them in a way that focus only on pandemics and different other non-military risks. And it's quite clear that well, the world is getting more and more globalized, and the security agenda is going to be much more complex in the future. And the third point goes for the low probability but high impact risks. There's been quite some talk about, for example, solar storms or huge geomagnetic storms or asteroids. Of course, the likelihood for impact is quite low, but should it happen, what would happen then? And quite possibly there are no real solutions, because, for example, in the case of a huge geomagnetic storm, well, there might be global issues with electricity, because such a storm could kick out the transformers, the large transformers that are ensuring the electricity supply for the globe. And well, who knows what comes next? And for that reason, it is again what I want to underline, that security and safety cost money. We shouldn't forget any issue, whichever has been an issue in the recent history or further down in history, and we should keep our eyes open for the future, because it's quite clear that we will face more and more risks which we have well encountered before and probably not encountered yet. So this is it for me. Thank you for listening me, and over to you, Gati.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's really interesting, yes, and yes, and it's of course everything is connected, and internet in my home. So from one side, everyone says stay home, but if I have conference, I'm going to university because my internet is not work how it was if I compare with last year, because everyone using a countryside internet now. But okay, how much I know, we have some questions, yeah, from this internet platform, yeah. Kaspars.
It's not like questions, it's more like poll, but okay. It was just inspiring. I mean, how people feeling, how's the COVID gonna end? So this is I think a bit to elaborate on it.
Okay, really interesting. Yes, but we have some minutes now, maybe only 5-7 minutes, but I will ask question from everyone from my panel. So one recommendation for policymakers from your perspective, yeah, what you did in your research program, or how you feel in the last year or in the last 2 years from this perspective. So your research program, COVID, what they should do, yeah, please. Okay, Agnes.
May I start? I have thought about it, and there is no, okay, so maybe just to frame or give some context. So I'm communication researcher, and specifically now I'm interested in media and information literacy aspects. And so my recommendation is inevitably related to media and information literacy. But at the same time, I'm thinking that this government strategic communication is another aspect and area we need to emphasize, and also what is happening on these big social media platforms. How strong is the control over what information is spread there? And what we need to remember is that related to this COVID pandemic, a new term has been created, infodemic, that these amounts of disinformation, amounts of manipulation with audiences, and this is something unseen. And we need to understand that disinformation costs lives. And if we don't work in all these three directions, I mentioned that this media and information literacy levels in our societies, timely and effective also government communication, plus some more accountability from the big social media platforms, and some more really like working measures to limit the spread of disinformation, then I don't think that we will be seeing the end of the pandemic anytime soon. So all these three directions need to be addressed and very seriously and very, very soon. So that would be my answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Baiba, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I agree with Agnes that there must be the complex decision. And also we, for the Ministry of Education, we wrote that for this development of the digital tools, we need the infrastructure, we need this financial support as grants, and also education, that this is together. We must support all these directions, and of course support also higher education institutions with this IT security specialists, IT marketing specialists, IT engineers. That's also important. That it's complex decision. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Diana? Diana, please, your microphone.
Okay. I suppose they were mentioned different things which are very important, and digital skills and support for researchers who are working from home and also from institutions also, because our infrastructure is not always good, or it is very uneven, I should say. But another thing, from the point of historian, for example, I think that it is very important to turn more attention of government for necessity of digitalization of archives and of digitalization of archives. Because younger generation of researchers often think that everything is available at the internet. It's not so. For example, there is such very good sources, periodical web, which was made available now during the pandemic, and also more available databases of foreign journals and books and so on, at least at Latvian University, I suppose at other educational establishments too. And this is very important, but availability of archives, I suppose it is very big problem. And for people who are making studies on the Soviet period, at present, the problem is aggravated also by reconstruction works at the Latvian State Archives at Skandu Street. And we don't know when those reconstruction works would be finished. And also there's a problem, for example, I really need for my work on discotheques, I need some kind of information about Lithuania and Estonia, and I don't know really how to find it from Tartu archives and so on by internet, through internet. So I suppose digitalization of archives, it is a very important problem that government should government's attention should be turned on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Now we understand what we did and what we didn't in the past, yeah, in terms of digitalization. But Maris, please, yes, a very short remark, please.
Yeah, I'll try to be short, and as Agnes put it, there are both pros and cons in the pandemic. And in many ways, this is a quite intriguing way of accelerating the reckoning with the digitalization, the pandemic, I mean. Because it has been much praised, the digitalization, that it opened so many opportunities. Of course, we will all agree with that. But at the same time, it brings with it so many risks. And some of them were already mentioned, the difficulties in working in digital environment and only digital environment. But there has been much talk about the fake news because now, everybody can get an information. So everybody can get whatever he or she or whatever wishes to get. And where's the line between the truth and something that is not truth? Is there any? Because previously, say, the mainstream mass media were in a way like a net through which, the most trusted or less trusted narratives would get through or would not get through. So now we see that everything is so entangled, and we should definitely find the right balance. Because I think this is indeed a perfect time to get the reckoning with the digitalization. So where's the margin? Because it's quite clear that it opens many opportunities, but also many risks and opportunities, not only for the good guys, I should say, but also for the bad ones.
Yes, thank you very much. So our time is over now. And yes, thank you very much. What I can say in conclusion, that if somebody say that the institutions don't cooperate and so on, we must better cooperate, please, just to look to this record and enjoy this discussion and conversation. We're representing different institutions, but my feeling was like in family, like my partners, yeah, and we know each other very good. So thank you very much, yeah, for your time, and we will do in our last year of our State Research program everything what will be possible with COVID or without COVID. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, panel. Thank you, also panelists. So now we're coming to the final stage of our today's agenda, which will be our final keynote speech. So I would like to invite Professor Andra Siibak to give a keynote on love and hate issues. So love and hate on technology. So how lessons learned from microchip implants in Estonia. So Andra, could you switch on your presentation? Yes, on a full screen, please. I believe so that Andra, you are currently mute. Andra, you are currently mute.
Yes, hello, and very lovely to be here and join all the discussions that you have been having today. And the topic that I will touch upon, I think, is also kind of connected already with the things that were said during the previous panel, because also everything related to new technologies and the workforce is in the new situation due to the COVID crisis, which also brings a lot of new opportunities, but also quite a number of various risks. So today, what I would like to talk to you about is 4 things mainly. So first of all, I would like to touch upon the topic of data valence that we are all currently living in our present day society, and also the topic of algorithmic management of the workforce, which has definitely increased during the COVID times in particular. And then I will move on more closely to the topic of today's presentation and talk about the platformization of humans, and in more particular, the use of human microchip implants. And obviously, also those people who then decide to take up this innovation, because this is still quite a new thing, and let's be honest, it's not a very widespread thing. These could be considered as pioneers doing and enforcing such kind of change and bringing it also to the labor market. So I will touch upon briefly about the diffusion of innovation sphere and how it all enlights with the empirical study that we conducted in Estonia to actually hear what are the motivations from Estonian employees who have decided to implant microchips, and mainly these implants have been then suggested to be implanted by the employer. But yeah, off to the topic then. And well, obviously, it's not a surprise or news to anyone that we are really living at the times of a datafied society. So of course, this datafication also has risen to this particular degree, largely due to the availability of so many new technologies. And again, obviously, this application of new technologies has also always triggered both inspiring visions of hope as well as obviously gloomy horror. And Aldous Huxley's Brave New World is probably one of the books which has most famously emphasized that these lines between utopia and dystopia are not as clearly marked as many of us would actually like. And obviously there has always been quite fruitful discussions and heated discussions related to the revolutionary power of technology. And sometimes these discussions are also blended with enthusiastic techno-optimism. And also these kind of discussions have been going on for quite some time. So this is definitely not something that we can associate with the COVID times. But obviously in the present day world, we are living in a society where media and various media technologies have become ubiquitous, meaning that these really are everywhere. And in many occasions, these media technologies are also very invasive. So we cannot kind of fully ignore them, or this cannot fully be avoided in our daily lives. And quite often, these media technologies are also invisible, so that they are actually merged with all aspects of our lives. So in that respect, we are living in a mediatized society, which during the last decade has then developed into a very datafied society. So it has been a very rapid pace of innovation, which has led to this change. And obviously many people feel the need for this kind of particular adjustment pressure, that you kind of feel pressure to conform to these changes, feel pressure to really to take up these new opportunities that technology actually provides you with. And also these fast paces of innovation have enabled us to create new temporalities and kind of expectation of immediacy. which is, I'm sure, something that we quite often feel ourselves on a daily basis, especially when we think of work-related matters and our communication style with our colleagues and our bosses. So all these things have also, for instance, led to a fact that currently also in case of the European Commission, they are thinking very hard to actually suggest a legislative initiative by the European Parliament's Employment and Social Affairs Committee that will actually provide employees with an opportunity and a right to disconnect from all this kind of surveillance and continuous connectivity that these new technologies enable us. So all this connectivity also is closely related to the term data valence. And this is also a term that kind of is associated with the doom and gloom of the new technologies, because this kind of data valence is used in order to scrutinize individuals through the data. And quite often, again, we are not conscious of this kind of pervasive data valence happening in our lives. Because this kind of data valence happens in various locations through the social fabric that we live in. So this kind of data valence also has quite far-reaching and profound consequences. And these consequences are then for all of us, not just the platforms that provide us with the opportunity to use various technologies, but also for organizations and also for the individuals. And this kind of data valence obviously has existed for quite some time, also in the context of work. So in that sense, again, these new technologies hasn't kind of provided us with something really radically new, but mainly offered us new opportunities to find path again, to find and again make use of the old ideas that were first already coined in 1911 by Frederick Taylor in his Principles of Scientific Management, where he suggested that there needs to be various rules and laws and formula in replace of the judgment of the individual workman, and managed to make the work of various employees in factories, for instance, very much more proficient and efficient. So in present-day society, obviously, we don't need to live according to the rules of this Taylorism, but technologies enable us to adopt this same kind of thought patterns. And again, not terribly new, but still very relevant, is to turn our eyes back to the ideas of Michel Foucault and his ideas related to governmentality and also the mechanisms of biopower. Because according to Foucault, so we can say that workplaces can be seen as places where technologies of governance and bodies traverse, representing the so-called small models of power. And thus, on the one hand, basically, we can say that we can talk about the subjectification of employees, as their bodies are constantly measured and watched, and their activities and behaviors are monitored by the so-called government of others. But on the other hand, also, these organizations encourage its employees also to engage in the so-called government of one's self, or subjectification. That is, employees are also encouraged and also required to govern and fashion themselves in order to become certain kind of subjects. And in present-day organizations, they also have increasingly adopted this idea that neoliberal subjects kind of constantly need to strive for self-improvement. So power in this present-day context rather works much more insidious ways in this context in comparison to the former times. And this power is also exercised through various techniques and procedures that kind of mobilize workers as a population of active economic subjects, and enrolling the whole life and lifestyle of these workers as a very productive force. So here, then we can see that this kind of soft biopower is being emphasized and made use of in our present-day organizations, and it works in very many ways through especially what we mean as algorithmic management happening in the workplace. And this algorithmic management then can happen in a variety of ways. It can happen through the use of various nudges that technology sends, either suggesting a variety of penalties for some kind of worker behavior, or it can be some kind of a real-time responsiveness to data that provides us with insights about how workers behave and how efficient they are in their daily lives. So currently, there are many opportunities how to make use of this kind of algorithmic management tools. For instance, this is oftentimes used through the use of biometric monitoring or behavioral technologies. For instance, in many countries, employers have started to make use of various biometric wearables and giving these wearables to the employees with the hope that if the employee kind of wants to stay healthy and exercise and keep their diet and really aims to being fit, they are also more efficient in their working lives and more healthy in their working lives. But at the same time, also some employers are kind of making use of these technologies in the hopes of reducing the insurance pay. So it's not only this kind of helpful employers who are contributing and trying to provide the employees with the best kind of work environment, but obviously employers have their own sometimes hidden and sometimes not so hidden agendas related to the use of such technologies. And many of these technologies are kind of also making use of the idea of the quantified self, or the life logging, body hacking movement, which has become to be quite popular, again, through the use of various wearables, but at the same time, also more recently in the connection of then biohacking and really making use of human microchip implants for a variety of reasons. And quite often, again, in this context, when these kind of technologies are being used, these are used with a hope that this kind of self-tracking helps to improve one's life, helps to optimize one's life. And this kind of self-tracking also provides us with a new sense of self-knowledge, getting insights about things that we otherwise might not have noticed or understood. In the context of these wearables in particular, there is also an understanding that the data that comes through these technologies is kind of neutral and objective, and therefore it kind of can be trusted in comparison to our very subjective, impulsive ideas related to ourselves and our bodies. So all of these technologies are then made use of in the hopes of creating like a ideal individual, or let's say in the work context, ideal worker in that case. So this self-optimization enables us in a playful mode to actually, through self-surveillance, then enlarge, enhance ourselves. And yeah, we are kind of in an era when we cannot anymore just talk about platforms taking over our lives and platforms in the context of Facebook and Amazon and all the others of the kind, but we are reaching an era where human bodies are platforms, and these human bodies as platforms is most evidently, obviously seen through the use of this human microchip implant. And these human microchip implants in itself, again, is not a really new and innovative thing, because they have been in use for very many decades by now. But previously, when they were in use, they started to be mainly connected with pet animals who were microchipped, and perhaps many of you have a cat or a dog at home who has a microchip. And later on, this kind of microchips then developed into a new arena, and especially in the field of medicine, they started to be used. But also what we can see is that when at first perhaps this use of new technologies and this insideable technologies kind of created a thing that we refer to as a yuck factor, then this yuck factor, this kind of spooky, nasty thing, started to kind of fade away when we think of the members of millennial generation who are starting to feel much more favorable emotions in the context of these insideable technologies. So there are no concrete numbers, but it is said that approximately up to 10,000 people in the world currently have decided to implant themselves with this microchip. And mainly the reasons why people say that they have decided to implant these microchips is related to so-called relative advantages that they believe this technology enables them to achieve. So quite often this kind of microchips are used for personal recreational use. In this context, these are usually small hacker communities, body hacker communities, who really think that this kind of technology enables us to enhance themselves and human powers in general. There are some people who have decided to adopt microchips for the research reasons, and obviously through medical applications. But the main idea behind the microchip and its technology as such is still just that this kind of technology helps to identify and track objects. And in this case, if it's implanted inside of you, then it means that it helps to identify and track human beings. And in that particular context, also, this kind of microchipping has reached workforces. And although, again, there aren't, let's say, tons of studies that have focused upon studying why people are making use of these microchips in the employment context, we can see that there are these kind of uses in a variety of countries starting with US and Sweden, where these microchipping communities are quite big, and also more recently in Belgium, in Estonia, in Mexico, and so forth. So probably the most widest and most well-known of these microchipping communities is really associated with Sweden, where it's said that more than 5,500 Swedes currently wears this microchip within their bodies. And of course, in that context, there are also many organizations who kind of have a particular idea why they think that the employees would like to have this technology. And there is also a particular agenda why they also provide such kind of innovation to their employers, to their employees. And this agenda is kind of obvious. They are also seeing this microchipping as a symbol and values of their companies. And on the one hand, they also see that this microchipping also is a branding tool and helps to create a vision of the country, of the organization as a really modern employer who tries to take up various new innovations and then also lead these innovations within the society to a larger degree. So obviously, there is a question why people would like to adopt these technologies and what they actually enable one to do. And the main thing that employees are usually using these microchips is actually in order to replace various artifacts that they have. So either cards or keys, which they otherwise would use in order to walk into their office, for instance. But also sometimes these technologies are used in order to trigger computers or printers, or sometimes it can also be used in cafes or in shops in order to do a purchase. And in Sweden, for instance, microchips can be used also for storing train tickets, because there is quite a big cooperation between the national train organization that is responsible for organizing commuting in Sweden, and so forth. And obviously, in the future, many people wish that there would be a chance to connect your personal ID cards with your microchip. So there are many things that this technology could still evolve into. But considering that this is an invasive technology, we cannot get past to the variety of various risks. And obviously probably most well-known of these risks is the concern about one's privacy, because you cannot kind of get rid of this microchip within your body. So there is this continuous presence of that technology within you, and you cannot kind of control it with your body also. So for these kind of reasons, European Union has decided that mandatory shipping cannot be done within the EU. So and not a person can be forced to decide that they really need to adopt this innovation. So this has to be a strictly voluntary basis. And similar kind of legislations have been also adopted within the US, where also many people have raised the concerns using these technologies. But although there are these ethical and legal concerns, privacy concerns, and so forth, not much is actually known about the experiences and the opinions of people who have decided to make use of this technology. So, and we can say that these people are kind of pioneers, because they really have decided to adopt something new And in that sense, they are innovators trying to bring a new innovation into the society. So in this context, we have made use of, again, quite an old theory, which was proposed by Rogers in 1962, but which kind of also helps us to understand how various innovations are being diffused within our society and how these various innovations are being adopted. And Rogers says that there are 5 different stages one needs to go through in order to decide if the innovation stays within the society or not. So we have made interviews in Estonia with people, with employees who have decided to adopt this new technology. And together with my master student, Marlene Otsus, we made interviews with 14 individuals who came from 6 different Estonian organizations. And all of them had then microchip implants. And these were implants that the employers had suggested them to receive. And all those interviewees with whom we spoke to, they mainly worked in the telecommunications and IT sector, but the work responsibilities varied quite some. And also, one of the persons had adopted this technology 4 years ago, but the one who had most recently decided to make use of a microchip, they had been wearing this microchip for about 6 months. So what we did, we carried out interviews with them, individual interviews. Some of them were through Skype, some of them in face-to-face environments. And later on, then we qualitatively analyzed the material. Now I will show you a bit what we've learned through these interviews. So first, we were intrigued to find out how this kind of innovation actually leads and finds a place within the organization. And obviously, what we found out was that this very particular immediate social system within that particular organization plays a very immense role in the decision whether to adopt this new technology or not. And in those occasions, we mainly heard that the members of the management teams in these organizations had first-hand awareness knowledge about the microchips. Most of them had also visited Sweden, this epicenter hub where many employees had adopted microchips before. So they kind of saw how these microchips were being used, and then later on decided to introduce this idea within their own home institution as well. So they kind of became the opinion leaders and innovators in that sense in the home organizations. And most of these people with whom we talked also kind of had a very good how-to knowledge before they decided to adopt this technology or not. So it means that they already knew how the microchip looked like. They also knew what will happen during the implantation process. And they also had quite a good understanding of how the microchip will function. And for most of them, it was the ease of use that this technology had, and also the kind of perceived relative advantages that they saw, why they decided to go forward and dig deeper into the topic of microchips, and then go forward with the idea of adopting this technology themselves. And many of those interviewees also kind of had extensive technological knowledge themselves. So they also therefore had quite good principles knowledge related to microchip. They kind of knew how the technology worked, what it was able to do, what it was not able to do. So they didn't even need to dig very much deeper and look into a variety of information materials related to these technologies. And as many of them said, it was kind of hard actually to find any decent information related to these technologies. Of course, there were some manufacturer sites and some online forums, but mainly still the information they've received about these technologies came through interpersonal information channels, meaning that they really discussed these things through with their colleagues. And depending on the size of the organization, it was either that there were many emails sent and several in-person consultation sessions organized, or if it was a smaller organization with smaller number of employees, then they had much more informal discussions, basically during lunch hours and so forth, but not a very formally organized information campaign related to all the concerns and potential questions employees have about the use of this technology. So also when everyone kind of had an understanding of what will happen and how this technology functions, then the role of one's colleagues really played an important part in the formation of various attitudes and beliefs about these technologies. So all our interviewees kind of said that they felt that this innovation is already compatible with their own individual needs and with their own individual values. And it was only a plus that this was also the value and the culture of the organization. So they wanted to fit in, and they wanted to feel part of the organization. And this technology enabled them to do so quite nicely. And again, we can see that the main people who were like behind adoption of this innovation within the organization, who were on the managerial positions. These people were really looked upon. These were considered to be really change makers and leaders in the best sense of the word. And also employees didn't think that their organization would encourage the adoption of technology that would somehow harm them. So that was definitely unheard of. They never felt that this is the case. So they had a very deep trust within the employers and organization. And when we also made interviews with some employers themselves who had adopted that technology, we see that these microchip implants actually really started to be part of these mechanisms of biopower, because we heard through the interviews that it was believed that the person, the employee who decides to adopt this technology is considered to be more committed to one's organization and more loyal to one's organization. And obviously also a person who wants to do more, who wants to achieve more, and wants to be part of the organization for a longer period of time. Not just someone who would stay for a year or even less and then off they go, but someone who really is invested and who actually shows this kind of investment through adopting this new technology. So at the same time, all the people with whom we talked emphasized the idea that they are voluntary adopters of this innovation. They say that nobody ever forced them. They themselves wanted to get this microchip implant, and they really think that this is only the personal thing and cannot be anyhow blamed upon the employers because they didn't feel that this was somehow pressured upon them, but rather something that they themselves felt interested in and valued the opportunities technology enabled them to have. And what was probably also interesting to mention is that in several occasions, it was obvious that the interviewees kind of avoided talking about this topic with their family members, especially with their elderly parents, but also with their wives and sisters and brothers and so forth, because they kind of felt that their family members wouldn't be so understanding why they want to adopt this technology. So they rather tended to have these chats with their colleagues who they know that already shared similar values and beliefs. And they were also able to see how these microchips were functioning in their work environments. So they already saw the operability of these technologies. And through seeing this operability of the technologies, some of them also said that by witnessing the implementation process started to trigger some doubts, because they saw how much force this person was supposed to put into the needle in order to insert the microchip within your hand. So several people decided to not to adopt this technology on the very final minute. But at the same time, several of the interviewees said also that they know that there are many newer technologies that could be used. But at the same time, they also feel that these new technologies are much more expensive. And therefore, they are not really something that they will see that will lead a change and would come to their organizations, but rather they see that people will be stuck with their microchips and keep on using those. And they really have started to use the microchip so that we can see that the use of a microchip is a very mundane everyday practice. They do not even pay attention to anymore whether they are using it or not. So it's like washing hands or brushing teeth, as one of the interviewees has said. So they are using it automatically almost, and not thinking that this is now the microchip that is doing the trick to open the doors. And what we also heard was that they are kind of annoyed about the so-called irrational paranoia they see and hear and witness when they are having discussions related to microchips with their friends and within the society at large. So they think that everything related to the topic of privacy is this irrational paranoia, and the employees themselves were totally unconcerned about various privacy problems, and really deeply believed in the value of this trade-off between convenience in comparison to privacy. And in many occasions, then these interviewees of ours then started to act as really innovators themselves, and the early adoption of these new technologies gave them an opportunity to give and promote this technology in the wider society. So they really didn't understand why everybody thought about this as a yucky thing, but rather saw that this technology enables us to do so many cool things and is really making one's lives much more convenient. So, but at the same time, they acknowledge that adoption of these technologies cannot really become a mandatory thing in a work environment for sure. So in conclusion, what we can say is really this kind of algorithmic management of the workplace has enabled to create so-called biopolitical organizations, where we can see that this managerial control is exercised through the means of biopower. And in the context of this new neoliberal governmentality, this biopower can be exercised by prescribing or prohibiting or preventing various things, that we can see through the use of biometric or behavioral monitoring technologies. But also it can be used in order to empower the workers to conduct themselves and improve their productive capacities as free economic agents. So in that respect, this technology gives the workers an opportunity to govern themselves, and they feel that they are doing it really freely, and gives us the opportunity to exercise their personal goals and also the goals of the organization. And we saw that really the colleagues and imminent social circle has such a big role in this social reinforcement and adoption of these new technologies. And at the same time, there are no privacy concerns voiced amongst the users of these microchip technologies, but rather they see that trading one's privacy for some more convenience in their lives is a very worthwhile thing to do. So this is then now for us to decide whether we can see really this adoption of new technologies in a utopian versions of what kind of new cool and interesting things technology enables us to do, and new opportunities that it gives us, or to see a dystopian version of new technology adoption entering into the labor market in a full bloom. And thank you from my side.
Thank you, Andra. You're perfectly on time. What I want to show is there is even 2 questions coming in our Slido. So I do believe this is really, I mean, you raise the concerns. So there's 2 questions, would you consider yourself to go to be microchip?
No, I haven't implanted any microchips, and I'm probably the one who has this kind of yucky factor a bit about it. But I'm very interested in the reflections that people who have it have voiced. So I can see that there are also definitely opportunities of adopting this technology.
And do you think it was only because of the employees or of employers that people forced to be chipped, or do you think it was differently?
No, everyone told us that they themselves wanted to adopt the technology, but the employer was the organization was the one who recommended and provided them with an opportunity to do so. So if they had been just ordinary human beings, then they wouldn't probably have this chance, because they do not know where to get this technology and how to get it implanted. But the organization organized everything, so they were happy with the opportunity and grabbed it with a big pleasure.
Great. So I thank you very much for extremely interesting presentation, and I think it's kind of gave us an idea about technology and the future a bit, how it brings. So thank you, Andra. We are very close to the end of the conference, and what I wanted to put forward before the Gatemeyer will give a kind of wrap up what's been currently discussed throughout the conference and what the conclusions we brought. I want to show up a bit. Just go through the Slido, what's been current today on our menu, what was the questions and what's the polls and what's the opinions in it. So just quickly run through before the Genta and to see how it started today. So we raise a question, where you coming from? So you see, we have plenty of people coming in. So same as like how we feeling. I mean, yes, it's up to 5. So I think it's 5 stars out of 5. Well, most of them. So regarding the superpowers, what we learned that instead of invisibility, people already have some superpowers, and maybe this is not the microchips, this is technology. So robots, are they make a moral, ethical decisions? People will say no, and we will stay with it in 2021. So it's in our record. And what's we gonna do after the COVID-19 pandemic? And most of people said like, hey, it's time for party. We need to get socialized. So I think this is a good closing remarks and good starting point for Genta to give the closing remarks, because we are ready for a party. in that sense. Ida, are you planning?
Yes. I will share my screen.
Perfect.
Just a second. Yeah. Okay. And now, closing remarks. Yeah, first of all, Ginta Majora, Scientific Vice Rector from Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences.
You need to make a full screen.
You are sharing, so?
Yes, but it shows like a half screen, so it's... It was in presenters. It's most likely you have two screens. That's the reason. Perfect.
Okay. So, yeah, closing remarks. From me, I would like to thank you very much for participation and also for patience to be with us till the end of this event, till the end of this international conference. It was also my first time and first experience. I hope you enjoyed it. But I have also a few marks. We had two wonderful and two brilliant keynote speakers. I hope you liked this. We had 4 panel presentations with very interesting also discussions. We had panel discussions and workshops, and that was also I think very fruitful. We had new ideas about future cooperation, future projects. I'm talking this because of the result also of our 2 workshops. And now I would like also to come a little bit to numbers. We had presenters and participants from various or from large set of countries. You can see here. And what I'm very proud and I'm very happy about that we had also a large number of participants in Zoom session, in workshops, and also online. So what I would like to say, thank you for that. And I noticed also some short conclusions from your sessions. First, this new direction from product to service, but important is also security and privacy issue. That internal and external strategic planning is even more important during this crisis. And I think this is the right moment to prepare also for future events. But I mean that we have to prepare for the war, but now we will be very, very happy and we will have peace. So the challenge is this fragmented R&D research and innovation ecosystem, especially for cybersecurity. And the importance here is only to think not only but design about cybersecurity, not only by design but also by orchestration. And we have great benefits also from ICT and IoT in healthcare, and special in life protection. And what I would like here also emphasize, we have still to overcome the set of obstacles to transform our data into the 21st century. So thank you very much from my side for participation. And I would like to welcome you to the next conference. I hope we will have possibility to organize it as event. So that's all for me. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor back to Kaspars.
Yes, thank you. I think this is already the time for us to get back to the family, because the home environment when we're having the conference gives us a new challenges, and this is one of them. So thank you for joining. This was really a pleasure for us to host a conference, and I hope to see you next year. Cheers.